A very warm welcome to everyone joining us for the Chess.com Open. This is the biggest online chess event of the year in the history of chess, I believe, Amon. My name is International Master Anna Rudolph, and I'm here with Grandmaster Amon Hamilton from the Chess Brothers. How are you feeling about today's show, Amon?
Hello, Anna. So happy to have you here on the broadcast with us. I am excited as ever because we've kind of reached that halfway point. There's 4 play-ins. This is the 3rd. We're finally going to learn who the players are going to select as their playoff opponents. And you know how it works. Usually you don't pick the strongest players first. So that means some really tough opponents waiting for whoever comes out on top in these play-ins.
Yeah, as you mentioned, we are still looking for the opponent of someone called Magnus Carlsen, for instance. Why is no one picking Magnus? Like, the guy has friends, right? This is not fair, Amon.
Yeah, seeing Magnus at the top there, I think it's a pretty, you think back to school and being last pick. You don't want to be last pick, but this is actually a huge compliment to Magnus and Arjun, NVL, Sindarov. You notice that those names still there on the board.
Yeah, no one wants to face them, but someone will have to, and that's what today is about. This is play-in number 3 already, and 2 players will qualify to this round of 16 table that we have in front of us. There's so much at stake, Amon. We cannot emphasize, starting from the prize fund of $250,000 to the qualification spots for the Esports World Cup. This is huge. Let's take a look at this beautiful graphic and how can players qualify to the Esports World Cup for this summer, Amon.
Yeah, I mean, this graphic summarizes everything. You see the Speed Chess Championship, top left of your screen. 3 players qualify from that. That already happened. Magnus Carlsen, he's already qualified. He's the defending champion of the EWC. We're over at the Chess.com Open, top right of your screen. 3 players are going to qualify directly to the EWC from that. And then there's going to be 6 spots from the leaderboard, the Champions Chess Tour leaderboard. No matter what event you participate in, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesdays, Chess.com Open, you earn points towards the leaderboard with good placements in all of those events. So there's 6 spots from that leaderboard, and the extra bonus and the motivation for these players, Anna, is that if a player qualifies in the Speed Chess Championship, but then also wins the Chess.com Open, obviously they don't qualify twice. So that extra qualification spot, it goes down the leaderboard, Champions Chess Tour leaderboard. So there's so much other than just the top 3 spots to play for. There's prize money There's direct qualification, but there's earning points for the leaderboard, which will be relevant.
That is so true, Amon. Everything is at stake. And when we are talking about today's event, I think we got to break down the format for this unique play in. This is already the third play in for two qualification spots to the playoffs with a 9 round Swiss format, 10 minutes per game, no increments. I mean, how amazing it is to have no increments at events like this with so much at stake.
Yeah, I commentating live the EWC last year in Riyadh was unbelievable. The atmosphere, but just the intensity created by that no increment format. I think the players are going to suffer from it at times, but ultimately, I think they are enjoying this kind of new introduction into the chess world. And yes, we get it here again, 10 minutes, no increment. But crucially, for this play-in and for all the play-ins in the Chess.com Open, first place matters a lot because you directly pick your opponent in the playoffs. Second, third place, even if you have more points in second place, it doesn't matter. You're playing more chess and you'll have to play a tiebreak for that last spot.
This is really unique, the playoff for that second qualification spot. And of course, as we have mentioned, this is the largest open event, meaning that it started with preliminaries, with title players and non-title players fighting to get into the play-in, where only grandmasters are invited. But if you qualified, you could be a FIDE master, you could be a woman candidate master. Your title doesn't matter at chess.com Open if you play good chess. That if is the hardest part, at least for
It
me.
is
That's
the
why
hard
I'm not
part.
playing. I'm commentating only.
Yeah, I think that the chess.com open format is probably the ideal anybody can qualify, anyone can make it format in the world. And it's we have actually seen and in previous play-ins some amazing performances by non-GMs. It's not like the grandmasters are hogging all the top spots. We've actually, and this is the point of the event to some degree, discovered new names and new talents that have made their way in and qualified through the process of the chess.com open.
That is so true. This is the place where rising stars become already known household names. And with that said, the first round has just started. We are going to be covering as many games as possible, but there are a lot of games. So bear with us. This is it. The play ins, third play in out of four for the playoffs, for the qualification spots for the Esports World Cup. Where should we start, Amon? And I guess if we're already here, by the way, let's just mention Wesley So is one of our top rated players. So he's playing here
Yep.
on board one.
Yeah, he's our top rated player, and I have to share for those that didn't catch all of the play in action that Wesley has really, I think, just wound up on the wrong side of a lot of results, made it into that second and third place matchup in both previous editions, and didn't make it further to actually select an opponent in the playoffs. So continuing to come back and just showing the consistency, right? Uh, Coming in second and third place no matter what. I mean, he's back again. I'll be paying very close attention, Anna, to his performance in this event.
Definitely. And maybe this is it. Third time charm. You might have to play that playoff 3 times to get through because this is such a tough tournament. But absolutely, Aman. The consistency is there for Wesley and good form because to finish second and third as a tie, even if you lose the playoff match, but that's still a huge result in a field like this. Because if we do bring up our bird's eye view, there are so many really top names, tough grandmasters, the best of the best are playing here today for those qualification spots, Aman.
Yeah, Fabiano Caruana is a player that you obviously will regard as one of the favorites in an event like this. However, he just hasn't got off to a good start in the previous editions, the first two play-ins, and that's what's really important because there are going to be ties at the end when the field is just so competitive, so strong, and your tie breaks matter a lot. So you need to get off to a good start. Fabi has not been able to do that thus far. Wesley, a player who has got off to those good results and just hasn't made it in that final match to qualify. So different storylines here. Aronian also had some really good events, and just all it takes is one loss, another loss back to back, and you're pretty much out of contention for first.
Yeah, it's brutal. Really tough to qualify, really tough to make it to the very top, but they are back. This is now their third chance, and two players will get grab that chance today. I'm looking at which are some of the most exciting opening positions to look at, and the evaluation bar has been showing a bit of this, a bit of that. Not everyone is playing a very balanced position here, Amon. Which one catches the attention when you look at these eight boards? A grandmaster. What does a grandmaster look at?
Well, the I think we can expect the evaluation bar to be sort of around equal in so many of these games. You know, we're I'm not going to sit here and root for inaccurate chess, but that always makes it more exciting to watch. From a theoretical perspective, Fabi's game against Azarov on board number 3 definitely caught my eye. This is a position that I think a lot of players might, or a lot of viewers might recognize immediately. You see these knights and the fact that black has the bishop pair here. We're getting a very double-edged game. Uh, Black has a protected pass pawn in the center, but it's blockaded perfectly by the knight on e3. So it's the classic case. Is there going to be a kingside attack for Fabiano? As the position here, Anna, to me, is very double-edged with lots of weaknesses.
Looking quite the position that you play for a win with any color. So this is a great opening choice from Fabi's perspective. I feel when you are the higher rated player and have the black pieces, you play something that is not that Druish. You
Yep.
might be taking some chances. You might be risking. You might be going for more dubious openings, so to say. But this is what you need in a 10-minute no increment game where every win matters so much toward the qualification. I love it. I think this is a great start. And that monster knight that has just landed on d4. Wow, what's the follow up here? How can black build up an attack? Come on.
Well, what was unusual to me is that white brought the rook over to c1, b1. I was not expecting that. I thought that white would leave a rook towards the king side, but it seems that everyone is under the same impression because Fabi also brings the queen to the queen side here. The knight looks amazing on d4, but it's less about creating an attack here, and I think more about white's bishop. Uh, a bishop that just can't participate in much of the action here, and it allows Fabiano to maybe target the c pawn and also just double rooks on the b file. One move that will really bother white's position here is the move a5, a4. But we're still ways away from that happening, and that's why I think Fabi is saying knight e6, knight c5. I'm not going to trade pieces. I'm going to keep pieces on the board because white's looking cramped and kind of struggling to find a plan.
Yeah, that b3 bishop does look more like a pawn than a bishop. It's beautiful as a pawn chain, but it's not what you want when it comes to the activity of a piece. That bishop is a
Mhm.
sad one. And as you said, it made no sense for Fabi to trade off those knights. It's going to land beautifully on c5, can also then hop into d3. What a
Yep.
square. What a square for a knight. Definitely not trading the bishop.
No. And you see Queen H5. I mean, it's white who's making the claim to the king side here, but quite temporary. I mean, it's not a piece that has much backup. Knight E7 could be considered as a way to try to use the king side a little bit. Knight E7 pressures the F pawn and hits the G6 square, which that is a pretty meaningful fork there due to the pin on the H pawn. So Queen H5, applying some pressure, but also a little bit out of necessity, Anna, because Knight D3 was coming. The rook is hit. Knight F2 check was there. I think that Fabi's position is better here, but I'm actually a little bit concerned about Knight E7. It looks like it could be a strong move.
That is a really good point, and I was going to ask, would you do anything about it if it's looking scary? Bishop e6 is getting a question mark. It's not a blunder, but it seems it wasn't the most accurate way for Fabi to proceed because of those threads that you have highlighted, Amon. There is spark now on the king side, and that's where white's pieces are heading.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually just going to take this move back just for one moment, and just look at the move knight e7, which I believe is the move that the engine was looking for. Knight c6 is a fork. Knight g6 is a fork. Knight takes f5 is a hanging pawn. That's the type of move that I think white was building up for. It didn't happen, and perhaps it's not that it's immediately winning for white, but I think a little bit off the hook there was Fabiano and missed again. Knight e7 continues to be the correct move and not played in it.
It feels like it's a blind spot that neither Fabi took it very seriously as a threat, nor his opponent noticed how big of an opportunity, probably it wasn't an advantage, but an opportunity to grab and maybe turn the tables, make it a lot more complex. And now Black is again in control. Those threats are no longer the same. With the queen on c5, there is no knight fork on c6. So knight e7 would still threaten knight g6, but it's no longer multiple threats, and the knight on e3 was going to be hanging too. So suddenly white is the one coming back and trying to hold on to those pieces. It
Yeah.
was a missed chance, Amon.
I think so. It's pretty meaningful. A5 has happened. The blue arrow always indicating a must-play move, and Rook D2 does not feel the most
Oh
natural. I wonder
boy.
if it is that to play like Bishop D1 later, or just to cover the B2 square, because you can anticipate that A4 is an idea here. A4, Bishop takes A4. Even the strange Knight B2 is actually a fork there. So you can see you already have to play some strange moves. I think Fabi has done a really good job here and kind of taking control of the position.
Absolutely. If you have to find rook d2 as the only move to stay in the game, oh gosh, g4. Okay, well, white is going for it, but
Wow.
unfortunately the house is on fire on the other side of the board.
It is. This move, I mean, it's a move that does make some sense in terms of we're all human here. We're looking for counterplay. We're not just going to sit back and allow Fabi to maneuver all the pieces anywhere he wants. So, from that perspective, it does make sense. But it does not seem to address the A4 issue with knight B2. Even if this pawn gets captured, there's bishop takes on D5, or you can move the bishop as well. So, yeah, A4 played by Fabian. We could be moments away from pretty significant material gain. I'm expecting bishop C2 just based on knight B2, but it's also possible that he could be thinking about sacrificing material here.
Yeah, this is already that stage of the game for white where you need to consider what's the least bad. What do you give up to keep the game going? So he ends up taking the pawn rook b2 instead of knight b2.
Yeah, interesting.
Okay.
I thought knight b2 was there. The computer was actually suggesting bishop takes d5 first, but Fabi still holds the advantage here. However, he's got a little bit more to prove because that bishop is probably going to step back to b3 on the next turn, and we're about to have the same position except that a pawn is gone. So if white can survive the next couple of moves here, I think it'll be quite important. This looks like it's building up to maybe pawn takes on g4 now.
Yeah, this is not that straightforward and clear cut as it seemed. I thought that the whole idea with a4 was knight b2, as you showed Amon, with both the bishop and the rook of white that were going to be
Yep.
hanging. I wonder why Fabi went for this instead. But what's done is done, and now he has this position. It feels like the advantage is there for Fabi, but then there's some inaccuracies. The opponent is back in the game. Another mistake here and there. This is it. The Chess.com Open. Mistakes by everyone, even the top chess players in the world. And I think the time control is a factor in that.
Yep.
How are we doing on time, by the way? 4 minutes, 16 for white, about half a minute of time advantage for Fabi. That's something. F5 exclamation mark, and white is back in the game.
Yeah, I think this move also has the idea of f6. The g pawn is a little bit more tender. So I definitely think that this is a position where anything can still happen, right? The eval bar has kind of given up most of the advantage that Fabi had. And as we maybe take a look at our bird's eye view, and another game that was just developing a bigger and bigger advantage was actually one of the tournament favorites, Wesley. So with the black pieces, up against an incredible talent, Sina move ahead, and the position is not in Wesley's favor after two amazing play-ins.
Goodness me, both his board and Aronian's, the two of the top favorites, are looking
Yep.
like it could be a defeat for both Wesley So and Levin Aronian in the first round. Let's check in with those games because it is looking scary, very scary if you're playing as Wesley So on that top board and Levin Aronian's position. Goodness me. Yeah, let's take a look at those two games, Amon, because
Let's jump in. Yeah,
yeah.
Ronian's game looks like to me a game that could explode literally on this exact move. I mean, white has all the firepower ready to go on the king side. You've got g takes h6, opening up the g file. Of course, we're looking at bishop takes on c3. It should be recaptured, but I think he's also giving thought to f6 and g takes on h6 here. So let's see what happens in this position, Anna.
Wow. This is such a complex position when it comes to like how did they even get here, but I guess it no longer matters how they got here. How did white drop both the g and f pawns? I guess one of yeah, the g pawn is on h6. Okay, it got there somehow.
Yep.
The f pawn is gone, and so now that white is lacking pawns in front of his king, he's using the rooks on the third rank to cover up for all the damage.
Yep. I think in this case, you're tempted by the move h5, but it's also true that black can just respond with g5. So I don't see a clear way that white can sort of break into the position. That g5 square is also covered by the knight, and it does feel that queen f4 is available to sort of paralyze the pieces. From that perspective, black's position seems to be doing well, but Levon Aronian, one of the most resourceful players in the game, is definitely going to find something here. And he has shown that he's so tricky in this event thus far. I'm curious to see how he's going to try to break through.
Yeah, and as you said it, he has just pushed h5, but his opponent Alvar Alonso reacted very correctly by pushing g5, not allowing white to open any files. Um,
Hmm.
Now with rook h4 again, taking advantage of the pin, so the rook is not hanging and it's attacking that central pawn. Very, very strong attack over black's e4 pawn. This is very messy.
Extremely. The e pawn is hanging. The g pawn can be targeted further with bishop d2, but for now, I think the bishop is also preventing rook d8, which is kind of nice. We're seeing rook
Oh,
h4 clearing the way, Anna, for this move, something that
oh.
I think was not appreciated by myself, even.
It was missed by Alvar Alonso just as much because he moved his king out of the g5 pin but missed the skewer with bishop h3. What a move! Rook h4 was emptying that beautiful hidden square for the bishop.
Yeah, a clearance kind of tactic. Beautifully done. And now a big decision. It does look like king takes g3 is a perfectly fine move, but he's probably considering maybe I don't even need to take this pawn, use it as shelter. Remember, it was a queen for two rooks. So this position is technically, round level in material. Are we going to see king f2 the only move? And that's not an
Woo!
easy move to play.
Yeah, but Aronian plays it. He doesn't mind that
Wow.
it steps into this e3 potential sacrifice, opening up the long diagonal for the bishop.
Mhm.
Wow.
Yeah, the rook is hanging. I mean, e3 is such a difficult move to refuse here, but I mean, I don't even really know what else you do with black. You've got the rook hanging here. If you just casually move the rook, remember, you're also in big trouble with your king in the corner. The e pawns are falling, and your bishop on b7 is not fully in the game yet.
Wow, this game has turned completely from that moment that Aronian played that tricky rook move, attacking a pawn, but it actually was more than a pawn that was the threat.
Yep. Yep, this has flipped around entirely. A huge imbalance here. The rook now intending to take on h6, but there is bishop c7 saying, well, if you want to pin the
Oh,
bishop or take the pawn, I'll take on e5.
this seems like it's heading toward curtains because how do you stop either losing more material with the rook hanging or allowing that the bishop captures on e5, which is almost checkmate? What a game. This has completely turned around. I'm really curious what's happening on the other boards, by the way, as exciting as this is. But Wesley so probably is completely lost still. I would love to check in with our top board and how are things going for Cena Move Ahead, which is like the coolest chess name. Like Cena Move Ahead, really? He really has seen a move ahead against Wesley.
Yeah, and probably much more than just one. This game has been good since the beginning, but converting is never easy. E6 with the idea that you have to take it. The bishop is not part of this game, really. So it's the queen and two pawns against, white holding the pawns back with the queen and rook and hoping to use this pawn as a distraction So Black's queen goes to take it, and maybe there's not enough. And look at this, trading queens when you're down material.
Wow. It just goes to show how difficult this position is for Wesley, how desperate it is in a way, even though he has those pass pawns, the E and D connected pass pawns, but they are fully controlled by White's pieces. So you cannot do anything to advance them safely. And White can push that A pawn very calmly and safely.
Hmm. Yep, was thinking about maybe queen to e4 check first and then pushing the pawn. But we can see here, d3 is now a thought that you start to have. You start to get a little bit scared here as white. 37 seconds for Wesley. This would be a huge upset just in the very first round of the event, Anna.
It is going to be the biggest upset of the round. And wow, Wesley was so close to qualifying in the previous two play-ins, but now he's starting with this potential really difficult defeat to recover from. The pawn is almost the queen. The bishop is trying to stop it, but in an endgame like this, White doesn't even need to hurry. Patience is on White's side, and I think Wesley probably will resign shortly. You can see the disappointment on his face.
Yep, that's a poor start. That's not what he was looking for. And in the final position, White can just capture on e3. There are a few games still in progress, but that is a huge upset here. We'll go to Nihal, who frequently has that final game. I always see him up against the wall, time scrambling, and White actually might be winning this position due to the amazing coordination and the pressure on the Black King.
That is incredible because rook and knight against the rook is supposed to be a draw, but here with the pawns on the board, maybe it's not helping black that there are those pawns on the board so that the
Yep.
white king can get to where it wants to without being harassed by the rook checks.
Exactly right. Now the knight is covering rook c3. We might see rook f7, just a better placement for that rook behind the pawn. But after king b8, I think Nihal is going to try to flag here.
Wow. And that's on the cards with no increment. He's the one with less time, but maybe he really just wants to flag his opponent, as you're saying. Well, the rook is gone.
Let's see the speed here. Nihal's an incredibly fast player. Despite the speed from black, I think that Nihal should be able to get this done, and he does. We see a
Wow.
pure time scramble.
With 1.3 seconds on the clock, Nihazarin wins the game on the board and on the clock, but he was the one with less time. So I'm just impressed that he manages to flag his opponent starting with less time.
And this looks like it's going to wrap up right as we tune in the final game of the round. And we're on to round number 2. And, the rounds, Anna, they kind of they come at you very, very quickly in this event. And taking a look at the standings here, you can just see so many players that might not be tip of your tongue have already scored upsets. And we witnessed some of them already, right? Wesley So going down in that first round.
What an upset. Seen a move ahead on 1 point, much deserved win for a move ahead there. And again, it's just such an incredible name for a tournament like this, especially with so much at stake. And I was also really impressed with Levon Aronian's game, how Levon managed to turn the tables around, but kudos to his opponent, Alvar Alonso, because Alvar was holding his ground and that game was really complex as well.
Mm-hmm. And we are on to the next round. Like I said, happens very, very quickly. Levon Aronian really turned that game around. I feel like when we tuned in, it was quite the opposite story, but that's why these players are the very best in the world. They're able to turn around positions that don't look good in a matter of moves.
They are indeed, and there is no forgiveness when you're playing against the strongest players in the world. One inaccuracy, and they take their chance. At this opening, if we are looking at it now from Levon's perspective, first of all, that win must have given Levon quite a boost, being
Yep.
on the not very advantageous side of a complex middle game. Now he has managed to win that game, gets the confidence boost, gets that good streak going. It's one game, but it starts a streak oftentimes when the stars are on your side and everything aligns.
That's right. There's a few games to pay attention to as we get into this second round here. I'm looking at the game of Aronian right now, but taking a look at maybe our bird's eye view, and I also think that another game that really caught my eye, I'm wondering if it's all theory or something, was Fabi's game against Indich.
Let's go
Because
there
there's
directly.
yeah,
Yeah, I
there's
would
been so
love to
many
see it.
so many things that happen in this game, and it just started, but both players are playing quickly, so I feel that we might be in some sort of theory here.
Yeah, I think we could dive deep into this directly. Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces against Alexander Indic. Indic from the Serbian Olympic team here with the black pieces playing really quick and confident. Well, Fabi has more time, but to be fair, as you said, so many pieces have been traded off. This is already no queens on the board.
Mhm.
Lots have happened. What opening are we looking at, Amon?
Yeah, I'll just very briefly take us back here, because the moves have just happened so quickly. But it is a Nidorf Sicilian, which speaks to perhaps the theoretical nature of it, and it's this early G4, eighth move G4, and it's quickly followed up by H4. Black does not want to get eventually hit with G5 and wants to strike in the center with D5. Normally, conventional understanding says if you achieve D5 in the Sicilian, this is a really big achievement. Normally, Black is kind of just equalizing after this. But obviously, Fabi has played this on purpose. And I think what we're going to be looking at here is a position where maybe Fabi's trying to go for an opposite bishop position, or if he can trade light squared bishops. I think either way, he's trying to play against that dark squared bishop for Indich and the fact that this king is stuck in the middle of the board. And remember, once you move it, Anna, you can't go back and castle. That's not how it works.
No, unfortunately, that's not how it works. And online, you can't even do it. Over the board, maybe if your opponent forgets it, you both forget it, and it happens. But not here, not online.
Exactly. Rook c8 covering knight c7. And we're in a position where I think it's all about this light squared bishop. Trying to capture it, trying to get the bishop to capture on d5. Fabi will try to be as enticing as possible. But knight takes e7, that is not the move that I was expecting. I think that knight c5 is the reaction, but this feels like the bishop that he wasn't actually interested in taking here. So unless knight c5 is winning some sort of material, maybe there's a counter blow. Knight b4. You have to consider all of these types of moves.
Yeah, interesting that he trades the worst bishop. Would have been logical, is what you were highlighting, the light squared bishop of black to try to trade for either a knight or his own light squared bishop. It's very concrete now with the pawn hanging on b7, but I like your idea that maybe black could go for some counterattack with knight b4 as well, opening up the c5 for the rook, targeting the c2 and a2 pawns of white. This is messy.
It is. Knight b4, I'm thinking that Fabi's idea, maybe I can put a couple of these lines on the board here, but knight b4, he might be thinking about knight takes, and, well, if rook takes c2, then the idea would be to try to play a3. Now, what I'm seeing is that there's rook f2 to try to, maybe take care of things that way, and perhaps what's going to happen is that
Ooh.
this knight doesn't have too many squares. So I don't know what the evaluation of this position is, but I think we might see it. And yes, on the board actually, we're getting something similar. Although one thing I'm
Wow.
considering, Anna, is maybe f takes e6 might be played instead.
Yeah, and that will help for the knight to try to retreat to d5, even if it's by the loss of a pawn. But
Mhm.
at least the knight will survive this sequence of moves. And with the rook on the second rank, I'm really curious how far Fabi calculated it, and maybe if he missed the doubling of pawns with f takes e6, which would have been the better capture. King takes e6 is on the board.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, so king takes e6. Interesting. It's the more natural move, so it's really hard to fault it. And probably is just seeing that after rook f2, for example, bishop b7, there's rook b8, and there will hopefully be some space for that knight. But I don't know if I'm convinced. F takes e6 was safer. I wonder what's happening here. A3, I can say, Anna, is an easy move to play. So I think Fabi will definitely play that one. He's just trying to figure out how Black's is planning to extract the pieces, because I think that Rook F2 is forced.
Yeah. Would you say this is a good moment to pause? He actually is not playing a3. Okay, that's why he paused. He wasn't actually that convinced about pushing the pawn and chasing the knight away. He's changing the move order.
Interesting. And obviously we can see the engine's reaction to it, is just not favorable, but thinking about what he was calculating there, I guess it was that he didn't like bishop b7, rook b8 happening with the rook on f2, because then there's a lot of moves where you can almost even sack the knight because the rook
Hmm.
can come down to b2. He didn't like them, and now he's got this position instead, but the material is level.
Is level, and with the rook on c4, black is targeting the g4 pawn. A3 here isn't the same because of the blue arrow showing that black can ignore the hanging knight and counterattack, attack the bishop on b7. And that will give black the counter chances he needs. It still is better for Fabi, but perhaps it was a missed chance. This changing of the move order, not playing pawn to a3 one move before.
Yeah, and I think that rook b8, I guess it will be met by some retreat, bishop f3, bishop g2, and there's just no good place for that knight. What I'm wondering is, how is it not completely lost? Because if the knight moves, there's bishop d5, as long as the bishop stays on this diagonal. So, if you play bishop to g2, I'm also wondering, how does black actually get out of this? Rook takes g4. There's also bishop to h3. So this position looks quite tricky. I'm looking at rook c2 again.
Yeah, maybe that's the only way to untangle things, as you are pointing out. There's a lot going on. And Rook C2 is played, but it's not the right move. What was the right move, Amon?
I do not know, if I'm being honest. Just taking a step back here, with rook c2 not being the case, you have to move the knight, but bishop d5 wins, and rook takes g4, we know, falls into bishop h3. So I'm looking at this position, and I really don't see anything. Maybe e4 and take back, but there's rook d2 at the end. This is incredibly tricky.
No wonder Fabi has gone for this line, because even though the computer says this is all fine for black, we cannot find a move that would make the game continue. How do you stay in the game and not lose a lot of
I mean, I
material?
just put the
You
line on
did
the
it!
board.
You did
I
it!
I just put the line on the board. I just had to guess knight c2, but that's
Yeah.
an incredibly difficult line. And we can see here, rook c2 played maybe the more human move, because you want to directly attack the bishop. Knight c2 would have been shocking to see.
Yeah, and it was missed, understandably missed. What an incredible difficult way to find it in order to save the game. Since it wasn't played, Rook C2 gets two question marks, but anything other than Knight C2 was losing for black.
Hmm. Yep, and that means an important decision for Fabi here, but a completely winning position. That's why he's spending the times. He knows that the position is good, and he's happy to invest, knowing that he might be one move away from moving up to 2 out of 2.
Yeah, and since he is now in a winning position and with the confidence and time on his side, let's go back to a bird's eye view and see who else is confident in round two of the Chess.com Open. This is for all the marbles for qualification spots to the Esports World Cup and $250,000 on the line in the tournament. So, a huge event, the largest open tournament, and with so much at stake. We have seen already big setup, big upsets, and this could be maybe another round. Aman, what do you think of some of these boards, and who are you worried about?
Well, one player that's just always entertaining to watch is Levon Aronian. Just the nature of his position is super double edged. But I was also drawn to that Hans Niemann game. He's got the black pieces, and it looks like there was just a sacrifice on the e6 square. A rook takes e6 move. White is on the attack, full force, but if you can't break through, it can all come crashing down, where suddenly you're worried about back rank checkmate issues. Your b pawn is hanging, and white is sat here with a loose but not hanging rook, of course. You take that, queen takes e6 will be a checkmate. So not a good position, but a lot to calculate here. Bishop d7 was a thought. So totally wild here, Anna.
Really wild. And while it is showing a lot of advantage for white, Hans does have a lot of time on his side. And this is a 10-minute game with no increment. So time pressure will matter. White has to speed up and continue playing really precisely, which so far he's doing well with the rook now on the 7th rank. Bishop
Yep.
f6. What's the right move here, man? Is it sacrifice time already? What's going on?
My goodness. Yeah, because it just feels so disheartening to play a move like rook to e4. And you highlighted something important, which, we'll start to see more and more as the rounds progress, but we are going to see players use time as a real weapon here. And Hans is doing that right now. A minute and a half. If you don't find a checkmate, you're starting to just doubt everything. I'm
Yeah.
not that worried about bishop takes e7 because of queen takes e7. I wouldn't do that as black. And c5 deserve brilliancy, Anna.
Double exclamation! My goodness me, rook is hanging. Who cares? I'm just gonna push my pawn.
Wow. And that
Wow.
sets up bishop c4 as well. Bishop c4 is an idea. Rook e8 can definitely be taken now. And for example, something calm. We haven't seen a calm move yet since you've been here, but queen d2, might just keep that edge.
Queen f3 seems fine too. Just not hang the queen. Goodness me, what a move that was. Pushing the pawn, not caring about the rook. And now that is a pass pawn. It also has opened the c4 square for the bishop. That's why Hans plays queen a2 to control the c4 square, not allowing white to move the bishop there.
Yeah, the move h3 was played because if queen takes f6, there was queen takes b1 with a back rank checkmate. So it
Wow.
was a tactical way to defend that loose bishop on f6. So a very cool move there by Hans, but he needs to make threats. He's done a great job so far. 1 minute on the clock for white. This, I think, is a game that we could see either player winning, truthfully.
Yeah, and it's easy for us watching to be very biased by the evaluation bar because it is screaming that white's advantage is winning. But if we look at the time factor, 50 seconds left for Kartikian, no increment. He has 50 seconds for the rest of the game.
Yep, and less now. I mean, every time you spend on just one move is time you don't have later. 40 seconds at that rate, he's probably not going to make it. Queen to f4. He's just trying to distract with this pawn. Meanwhile, there's checkmate threats, there's back rank threats. There's a lot to worry about here. And rook e1. Fancy.
Oh, that's not the best move according to the computer, as fancy as it is. F6, though, now the computer again is screaming. There's a lot that perhaps can be sacrificed already. What do you think, Emma? C7. Okay, that's a new queen.
And
Giving
if
up
we
the queen because you have
here,
a new one?
yeah, if you take, unfortunately, there's no back rank mate. The bishop will always be able to block. So that's not an option. It feels like this queen is so offside and needs to rejoin the action. Queen takes f6. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Giving up the queen for a pawn because then you take the rook as well and you promote your c pawn. What an incredible game!
That's amazing. And remember, finding that with 25 seconds, that might be enough to get the victory here. You're threatening so many things in this position. The pawn is one move from queening. Bishop takes g6. Rook takes e5. There's checkmates everywhere. He has to take it.
And so he does, but now the new queen appears after c8 promotion. As you pointed out earlier, the back rank is not weak for white. You have now the h2 square for the king as well, and the bishop guarding. Bishop can drop back to f1 if needed. For
This is
Hans,
more than
this,
enough.
yeah, he's trying because he has to. His opponent is down to 21 seconds, so of course you try, but rook sacrifice, and now the
Mhm.
queen checks. White is up a piece and winning a
The
queen
pro
after queen
This is well
f6.
well done because queen h8 is
Wow.
there, and
Oh,
Hans
wait, the
knows it.
reaction from Hans? Not happy.
Well, he's frustrated because he had the type of lead on the clock that you would expect a player like him to just, not make that big time blunder and even in a worse position, find a way to extend the game. But I think queen takes f6, truthfully, was an absolute shot, right? That move, Anna, was incredible.
That was a huge move, and what a game by Kartikian with such little time on the clock. That means that Hans is now on 1 point out of two. Of course, he'll still try to qualify. There's so many strong players in today's event, but what is also going to be a huge event to follow this spring is the candidates tournament. There is going to be 8 players in the open candidates, 8 players in the women's candidates starting on March the 29th. You can use !candidates for more information. This is for what matters the most in the chess world when it comes to the Classical World Championship. Who will be the next challenger, both among the open section and for the ladies? This is going to be the 2026 FIDE Candidates Tournament. I already have mentioned how important it is that you use the !candidates, but if you cannot, please go to go.chess.com/candidates2026. That's our URL, and we'll be covering the event here, of course, on chess.com starting in just a few days. One of the players that will be there is Fabiano Caruana, but he wants to qualify today. We are going to figure out whether he can or not, but before that, let's take a short break, and then we are back with the largest chess open event of the year here at chess.com.
Busy day. Come on, honey. Oh, man. Eric. Magnus, you gotta be kidding me, man. Don't they know that I'm working? When I'm struggling to get through my day, I rely on Neurogum to give me the energy and the focus that I need to keep up with a busy life. My wife needs me. My kids need me. The kids can wait. Me and Danny Bot have got work to do. Feels good to focus on what matters.
It's 2 a.m. Stop the tilt.
Clear the board. Buy yourself time. Magnet. Pull every shield your way. Royal Frenzy! How long can you survive? Come on, the board's waiting.
The fastest, easiest way to improve your chess is now the most fun way to improve your chess. Chess.com's brand new puzzles now have loads of exciting features to make solving a joy. Earn points and race your friends across puzzle tiers from wood to bronze, all the way to legend. Rack up bonuses for streaks, for speed, for accuracy, for daily solving, difficulty, and more. And now, you can get feedback from Coach while solving puzzles. Coach lets you know what each puzzle's goal is and why a move doesn't actually work. And, as always, puzzles will be selected just for your level from our database of hundreds of thousands of high-quality, beautiful, brilliant, and instructive puzzles. So what are you waiting for? Try puzzles today on web, Android, or iOS, and have a blast leveling up your chess.
Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of the Chess.com Open. This is for all the marbles, $250,000 at stake, and 3 qualification spots to the Esports World Cup. We are now in round 3, and the action is on the way. Aman, when you look at these beautiful 8 boards, where do you see? Well, what do you see first? Where do you look? I want to know everything how a grandmaster's mind works.
Well, it'd probably be a good thing for us that we don't have time for that, proving there's a little bit more going on there than we let on. But looking at these boards, Anna, I'm definitely looking at. It's nice to see Dubov make it up to those top boards. Really exciting player to watch. Fabi's position against Pichot is extremely double-edged. We see an offside knight on the queen side, and we see White has just played f4, and we could see things really explode on the king side. This is looking like a position where we're going to see an attack.
Yeah, let's dive in with that game first because, as you have mentioned, this position is looking like it could turn into fireworks soon in a way, especially after h6 getting a question mark. Not the best move for Black to stop what's about to happen here.
Well, I think the move h6 in some ways is probably the most natural move in the position. Bishop g5, pinning that knight and threatening to take the knight and double the pawns was not something that Black wants to allow. The knight on a5 is effectively out of the game, and this last move, queen to d3, might look a little bit strange. Maybe you think, well, bishop a6, all of a sudden you can't defend this pawn, but Fabi doesn't care about that pawn, truthfully. If the bishop moves, that knight will make an appearance on f5, the queen will slide over to g3, and Black will almost be losing on the spot. So you have the bishop on c8 that needs to guard the f5 square, and you also have Fabi just probably going to play rook a to e1, move the bishop, and play e5. And what can Black do about that? If the knight moves to d7, the d6 pawn will be hanging. So big decisions here, and not an easy position for Black to play at all.
This is already looking so sad to try to defend for all the factors that you have highlighted, Aman. And with pieces like the knight on a5 is completely out of the discussion on what actually matters here, the center and the king side. So a lot
Yep.
of those issues come from the fact that the board is split into 2, with white having more space, the d5 pawn taking away the c6 square from that knight. It cannot go back and guard the e5 square. This is very problematic to not have much space here and not be able to regroup your pieces quickly.
That's right. Queen d3. I'm expecting rook a e1 next, but also looking at this position and trying to recommend moves for Black, we're at the point where knight d7 is the move that you start to think about. Yes, it does allow bishop takes d6, but maybe then Black could try knight to e5. It would force the bishop to exchange. So if we put that line on the board, for example, bishop takes d6, knight e5, I think Fabi will actually not be interested in this variation. I'm very curious to see if it happens because Black could then play knight b7, knight d6, queen e7, bishop d7, and somehow, Anna, that position down a pawn actually looks better than the current position with equal material.
I agree with you. At least Black can move his pieces, get the knight back into the game. So it really seems that you gotta give up that pawn in order to stay in the game, be down on material, but at least get some activity. Fabi is not even taking the pawn immediately. It just goes to show
Mhm.
that, yeah, maybe there's even better moves than being up a pawn, having a d passed pawn. There might be even more in this position. Moves like knight f5, bishop h5, so many promising attacking moves here. Knight to
Yep.
h5 as well. And after knight e5, oh god, the valuation bar has completely gone all the way up with the advantage screaming, this is winning. Is there a checkmate pattern here? There was the one, I guess, on g7 at the moment, parried. But what about the pawn on d6 as you are showing, Amon?
I might just want to take that. The other way that you could play is bishop d3 directly because the bishop can't be taken. And while you're not winning that pawn, what you are doing is saying after bishop d3, I might play e5 and take the knight with the bishop. So I'm looking at the simple bishop takes d6 or perhaps the more complex bishop d3, rook a e1, and those kind of moves. Maybe h4 is an idea, but with that queen there, I'm not really liking that. It could just be bishop takes d6 here, but no doubt advantage for Fabiano. This is an absolutely crushing position. Anna, maybe we can check out our bird's eye view because I'm
One
willing to
second,
say that
just one
I'm willing to
second, one
trust them.
second. I want
I'm willing to
one
trust
second.
them.
I looked at the computer for a second, and this time I don't regret it because Fabiano apparently has bishop takes h6 here, pawn takes bishop, and rook takes f7. You give up the bishop to then give up the rook.
I
He's
was thinking
crushing.
knight f6. You're telling me rook takes f7. I mean, if we don't put this on the board, that will just be criminal. It surely has to be rook f1 to follow. The knight will drop, and Fabi has played it, Anna. It is on the board. That tells me he sees the next move as well. I think you'd agree. You don't play bishop
You think
h6
he sees it? You think
without this.
the bishop to then give up the rook, be down? Oh, like what? That's 8 points of material to sacrifice within 2 moves, giving up your pieces for pawns to clear the way toward the black king. That's all that matters.
Yeah, bishop h6 is also not a move you can really refuse, but you might have to. I mean, just hard to even recommend a move. He sees rook takes f7. He decides to play a different move. Maybe on bishop d3, he's considering rook to g4. It's probably possible you could still play it anyway. Yeah, and he does. Yeah, rook takes
Oh
f7.
my gosh.
Nothing
Oh
changed.
goodness me. What a game! Fabiano Caruana with a not so confident start in round one, but he managed to make it through. And this game, he had it fully under control. These incredible sacrifices, the feeling, the intuition there that there is something, and calculating it through precisely to then lead to this rook sacrifice. I'm looking forward to the Gotham Chess recap on this round already.
Yeah, this is one of those games that just quickly turns into one of your immortals. Rook takes f7. There's no reaction. At some point, you can't just keep declining all of the pieces that are being sacrificed. If you do, I mean, rook takes g7 is going to happen. Queen g6 is hanging. I don't see a way out of this one. This looks completely lost. And by the way, white, because the pieces haven't been taken, is not even down material yet. There's so many pieces hanging, the bishop on e2, the bishop on h6, the rook on f7, but none of them can be taken.
Incredible position and an insane attack, and Fabi there with a small, tiny little bit of a smile there. Just to, yeah, I'm doing good here, cleaning my glasses right now so that I can see even better. Fabi, you already see really well. You don't need to do that.
That's incredible. No, Fabi just felt the energy of this position when he played knight h5. He intended to slide the queen over. That was why he brought the queen to d3 over to g3, and every move has felt very intentional, felt part of the same cohesive plan. This is going to be a resignation and a kind of a wry smile of appreciation almost from his grandmaster opponent.
Incredible game by Fabiano Caruana. Definitely the most beautiful win of the event so far, I feel like, with that double sacrifice, the bishop being given up for a pawn, then a rook being given up on a pawn. And it didn't matter. Everything was hanging from white's side, but it was all about the black king. Now, when we go back to the bird's eye view, we have a few results in already, but also so much action. Where shall we go next, Aman? If we take a look at these remaining games that are underway, which one is calling to you?
Well, I was looking at some of the games in action and just noticed a couple of legendary Indian grandmasters playing each other, Vidit and Hari Krishna, who are both participating in this event. I'm not sure if Hari Krishna has played in this event so far, like the first couple play-ins, but we did see
Mhm.
Vidit in one of the earlier play-ins, and they're matched up against each other. As I also am noticing the participation from Indian players is incredibly high. There are so many, not just players participating, but near the top of the standings, Anna.
Yeah, I mean, India has been dominating the chess world. The current world champion is from India, of course, and the candidates will be about who will be his opponent. The challenger could be from India as well. So
Mhm.
there is certainly just so much, from rising stars to already established grandmasters in India, fighting also in the Chess.com Open because there is so much at stake, especially with the Esports World Cup qualification. They want to be there. They want to be repping India. They want to be repping their esports clubs. And this is the chance. I'm curious what you think of this moment here between Vidit and Hari Krishna from the Olympic team of India facing each other. Those arrows that you were highlighting, Amon, tell us about the plan.
Well, it's just a direct threat to the knight here and needs an answer. F3 exists, but you could also say that that might weaken things unnecessarily. So immediately knight g3 comes to mind to hit the bishop, but then suddenly the center starts to collapse here. You can imagine I'll just play knight to g3, rook takes d4, and if you take it, the queen centralizes. Yes, you can ruin the pawns here, but I don't know if that's worth the sacrifice, Anna. So I find myself kind of straying away from trying to sacrifice material and looking a little bit more maybe at the move f3 just to be solid.
Yeah, which is definitely a move to consider here, and it's just being played in this very moment by Vidit, making sure that the knight is stable, the pawn is indirectly guarded now with the queen being cut off, and the blue arrow saying, Amon, that for black the only decent move, the only okay move is knight to c6. Why?
Yeah, I mean, you can see even after rook c8, which is not that knight c6 move, and still a very good looking move, possibly the most natural move in the position. The evaluation is nothing too significant, so we're not talking about huge mistakes here. But one thing to keep an eye on is maybe this queen placement. You start to get a little concerned, maybe about getting trapped in there on h4, and I do expect white to play a move like potentially d5. That will open up the diagonal to the king, and the two knights in the center, plus maybe the idea that the center could become much, much stronger with bishop takes and f takes, where the f file would open. Black does not want to play that. So you think you can kind of just expand, take the space, and say there's more to do in white's position than in black's.
Yeah, and now that you have summed up all those factors, I think we all appreciate a Grandmaster summary there. And the trade is happening, but it is leading to what you have mentioned. Now, White has an even stronger central structure: e4 pawn, d4 pawn, and the c4 pawn. The knight retreats to keep the minor piece on the board and ready to launch either the e pawn or the d pawn in the right moment. Queen g3 gets a question mark, but Black's position is not easy to play.
No, it's not. The queen won't get trapped on this square, but the center and the pawns can simply start to roll, whether that's c5, e5. The move d5 does allow knight e5. So initially I was thinking, it might be better to push one of the other pawns first, but knight e5, I guess we'll see queen c3 or queen d4, perhaps queen c3. And the pin on that knight is probably the reason that Vidit has a nice advantage.
Yeah, definitely looking good for Vidit. Could we go back for a moment to the bird's eye view now that we have summed up the advantage here for Vidit and is looking good for a potential win against his compatriot and teammate Hari Krishna? We have still some of these top boards with quite some advantage for White on board 2 and board 3. Karthikeyan was our hero of the round earlier when he took down Hans Niemann in a really beautiful attacking game with not much time on the clock, but now he's on the receiving end of a not very good end game here. And the not very good is because he's missing a pawn. Sometimes it's that simple, being down a pawn in a knight end game.
Yep. Yeah, I think the end game here is also tough because he's down a minute, and on that second board, so I think Serrano was just up an entire piece, so very convincing advantage in that one. But yeah, it just goes to show you have a great result. What's that next pairing? It's another maybe even stronger player. So there's no break.
No break at all for the players, no rest for the wicked. And now, with b5 offering a pawn trade, White has the opportunity, as you're highlighting, Amount to push the pawn. Are there any tricks? Is there any way for Black to then get to the pawn? Is there anything that White can miss? The knight is a tricky piece. I'm looking at what can I blunder if I'm playing this as White?
Well, the fact is taking and playing king c4 is very tempting. I do think this is unnecessary. E3, knight c2, and now I think this is the idea that if you go and defend the pawn, black can also
Ooh.
defend on c5. So I would have preferred to take the outside pass pawn. When you're up a pawn, you usually want more imbalances.
Yeah, and the trade-off material, the simplification of the position favors black because if you do end up managing to trade all the pawns, you can end up sacrificing your knight for white's remaining pawns. So the less pawns, the better for the defender here. In general, is giving a check to go back to e7, guarding the f5 pawn. It's not easy for white to break through. It really looked a lot more promising what you were saying, Aman, with the outside pass pawn. White has no pass pawn. The extra pawn is still on the board, but it's not that simple to just create a pass pawn without trading further pawns.
Yeah, it does seem that way. I think you're going to need to play king c6, and after knight e6, maybe does knight d5 work? I'm suspecting that it does because you need you need to make a threat, otherwise it just will not work out.
Yeah, Dubov might have missed the better chance in this knight endgame. Of course, he's still trying. He's up a pawn, but his e3 pawn is hanging. So if he takes on c5, the pawn on e3 will be captured with a check. And black
Mhm.
is holding his ground.
Yep, this is well done here. Note the time as well. Karthikeyan, I think, was quite down on time, almost a minute. Now it's much closer. So flagging is absolutely a win condition for white, but not as guaranteed as it was a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, what a save this would be by Karthikeyan, and it looks like he's getting it. So far, it's a really strong defense by Murali Karthikeyan with the black pieces. And if we go back for a moment to the bird's eye view, just to take in everything that's happening here in round three, this could be a draw. The night end game we are looking at the moment seems balanced. Sarana, as you mentioned, has a piece up on board two, therefore the
Mhm.
huge advantage for white. Move Ahead has just won another game with the black pieces there on board five against Jacobian. And we have a knight against two pawns in
I'm
Yesipenko's
gonna
game.
I'm gonna take us to Jose Martinez against
Yeah.
Cristobal Henriquez because this is a game that is straight out of the Esports World Cup because we're seeing white playing for a win. Black has 8 seconds, but of course, black is the one with the pass pawn, and I think that white actually probably will manage to win this.
White has so much time advantage. It doesn't matter that this rook and game is drawn. White is keeping that rook on the board, not trading it for anything ever. That's the winning piece. You need a piece on the board that would have the potential to give checkmate when you flag your opponent. And
Mhm.
therefore, White is going to do everything possible, giving checks here and there, moving here and there, never repeating more than two times. No free
And
fall
look at
repetition.
that. Anna, I have to
Wow!
give credit to Enriquez. That was well done and a little bit disappointing for Jospin. I was wondering how often we're going to see results like that where players abandon
Wow.
their traditional chess understanding and go for a win on the clock.
And it's part of the game with no increment at this event at the Esports World Cup either. This is really a huge asset in many of the players' arsenal when it comes to their speed and flagging skills. And Jose Martinez, of course, Jospem, is such a speed monster. The draw was forced with that rook trade. That was the only way out. And Black had three
Ooh.
seconds. Wow.
Ooh.
Whoa.
This is a big mistake
Oh.
here, and Dubov is going to win with less time. Is going to take the win on the board after a blunder, king takes e3, allowing the knights to trade, and that will be the final game of this third round. And you can start to see, Anna, top of the table, we're getting a pretty clear picture, but who is the player to watch? Fabiano, 3 out of 3, but Sina Movahead and Reid Samadov have joined along with Sarana and Dubov with that win we just saw.
What an incredible event this is, and only 3 rounds we have seen. There's 6 more to go with 10 minutes, no increment. I'm still just having that rook endgame in my head, Grospem's game, where he was nearly winning because of the time factor and being so skillful at avoiding the rook trade until his opponents forced him. But there's no time for going back on what happened because there's action already. This is round 4. $250,000 at stake, ladies and gentlemen, in the Chess.com Open and 3 qualification spots for the Esports World Cup. That's why all of these incredibly strong players are here. They're trying to fight for those 2 qualification spots today for the playoffs. We have again Fabiano on one of our top boards, of course. That's our very first board now against Samadov. When it comes to some of these openings, Aman, which one you like from the perspective of, oh, this is more imbalanced. Let's go there. This is exciting.
Well, it's we're at the point where it's important to highlight that Reid Samadov is an international master. So his placement and his qualification here, he didn't just walk up and enter. That's what the grandmasters can do. He had to play one of the preliminaries and qualify to this event. So not only does it speak to how deserving his place is here, but he's had to work a little bit harder in order to take that spot. Now, an important moment for the youngster. He's up against Fabiano. He's got the white pieces. He's trying to play in an enterprising way. We see the move h4. This speaks to the idea of maybe playing g4, g5 when the black queen was on the f6 square, something you can still consider, but you can see white is getting more and more creative with these positions these days. You can't just play d4, d5 and expect a simple bishop e2 and kingside castle. This is a much more exciting approach.
And I love to see it. It's always great when the rising stars, when they're hungry underdogs, they just go for it. There's no respect. There is respect in a way that yes, of course, my opponent is Fabiano. I respect his chess, but I'm going for his throat. Like that's
Yeah.
what Samadov is saying with this move. H4.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see the continuation. Obviously, g4 with the queen on f6 does make the most sense. I think Fabi, if he sees a move like g4, or maybe regardless, he's looking in the center. If you see h4, white's trying to play on the king side. Natural response is to open the center of the board. That might be with e5 directly, or that might be with pawn takes on c4, and then e5. So behind in development is Fabiano, but white refusing to actually castle the king currently means I think we're going to see the position open up.
And I'm so happy to see this. This is board 1. This is board 1, and it's going to be fireworks. But it's also, of course, this is a very double-edged choice. The moment you decide to push those pawns on the king side, you also choose to never castle because your king has nowhere to go safely. It's gonna sit in the middle of the board or try to crawl to somewhere a bit safer, but there is no castling for white.
That's right. And here we go, g4. We are getting things a little bit as we expected after taking on d5. Taking on e5 is something I don't think we'll see. And if we do, I feel like it's a little bit of an achievement for Fabiano with the black pieces here. If e4, you're happy to move the knight away, you can still try to play g5, but bishop e2 played. One reason, Anna, that I don't like this is after e4, knight d2. Normally, I'd want to play g5 with my queen coming out, and here I've kind of blocked that path.
Yeah, it seems to be the case that for the queen to get to the king side is no longer that simple, and the evaluation board is showing somewhat of an advantage for Fabi, saying that black is more than okay here, more space after e4. Black is the only one who has castled so far, and forever, probably for the rest of the game, because where will you castle as white? But that's what h4 and g4 is about. It's sharp, it's double-edged, and Samadov believed in it and probably still believes in it. But I fully agree with you with it. With the bishop on e2, it's no longer looking that scary, the attack that white can build up.
Yeah, g5 is under control. If I'm thinking about obvious moves for Fabiano, bishop e6 and rook c8, not that difficult to think about what Fabi's going to do. There's also the more aggressive option of f5, and this move not only develops the bishop a bit more directly, but it could actually be black that uses the f file rather than white that uses the g file. So I'm seeing the game, I'm seeing the aggression from White, but I'm starting to question to myself, especially looking at that time disadvantage, 3 minutes and counting. Is it actually Fabi that's on the attack here?
He is, and we were saying how H4 and G4 was all about white's attack, but now it is black who will have the upper hand. He does have already the advantage on the board, and also when it comes to time management, crucial. This is a 10-minute game, no increment. We have seen flagging skills taking a big part of this event, and it's not looking good for Samadov in that sense, to being down on the board and down on time. If we go back to a bird's eye view just to take in fully what's happening in round four, there is so much at stake and there's so much action to cover. I'm looking at our board six, I believe, Nguyen against Nihal, where it feels like White is going for a checkmate attack.
Yeah.
Nihal's pawns from in front of the king are gone, which is hinting at a sacrifice that might have happened there.
Bring that board up immediately. It definitely looks like, and I'll just ever so quickly take a
Ooh,
step back. We saw G5, H5, and an immediate sacrifice. What on earth is this? Nihal is in big trouble here. D3 now defends the knight. The bishop cannot take on F5, which is, I guess, the defensive resource. But I mean, we're talking about one move of respite, right? Once the bishop moves to F4, the rook will be defended, and then everything becomes a threat again.
yeah, this is very sad how the GNH pawns have disappeared, the bodyguards from in front of the Black King. And once the back rank is not an issue, the F5 bishop will be hanging. I guess right now the question is, after pawn takes C3, um, what will White do? Because if you take that pawn, bishop takes will attack both of White's rooks, so that's not something we want. But we also don't really want to have that pawn landing on b2 because that would be a fork attacking the rook and the bishop. So he just steps away with the bishop. He says, okay, take my pawn, but at least you're not going to win my rook or my bishop.
I think both of those could have worked out. You could either take and then decide to move the bishop, or move the
Mm.
bishop and give up b2. Either way, you're giving up a little bit of material, but you're getting the coordination you're looking for. Even directly, you'd have to consider pawn takes on b2, bishop takes f5. There's checkmate in 2, queen h7 and queen f7. So there's no time to take that rook and make a queen. Now, this is what we were talking about. Once the rook gets defended or the e file blocked, in this case, both, suddenly bishop takes f5 and all the threats on the king's side are there.
Yeah, this is huge, and material doesn't matter as you have highlighted them on when the house is on fire and the blacking is getting checkmated. The only defenders are those two bishops, and White is threatening to capture one of them right now. You can't do anything about it. You either trade that bishop or retreat it or guard it, but the bishop will be gone no matter what you do. You cannot hold on to this.
No, at some point, if the bishops disappear, white will be threatening mate in 2, and I do not like the idea of taking the knight with bishop f6 and queen h8 mate. So we might have to just defend this pawn on f7. It does not look like a comfortable defense, but perhaps queen d7. Maybe I'm ready to take on f5, also guarding this pawn in case the bishops trade, and then queen d7, at least f7 would be covered. So I feel like I start looking at queen d7 here, Anna, but I'm not enjoying the defensive task ahead.
Definitely not something that is much fun to play from Black's perspective. He's investing quite some time here, Nihal, to figure out how he can save the game. Of course, it's crucial. He's on 2 points. He wants to grab at least half a point from this desperate situation, and maybe he will find something. Maybe he will find some of those ideas that you're highlighting. That with Queen D7, at least it's not curtains immediately, so you're hanging in there, giving chances to your opponent to make a mistake too.
Exactly. Queen d7 just played, and it does look like, for the moment at least, the maybe the actual checkmate is not there anymore. But I'll still be shocked if Nihal not just avoids the mate, but also comes back to win the game. That's kind of a different story. It's like two levels of defense here. But for now, he's done as well as you could possibly hope for from the position when we tuned in.
Yeah, so I think that's a good way to sum it up, Amon. Oh gosh, now with the queen on g3, threats of discovered check by the knight jumping away and queen giving a check. What can you do to stay in the game, to keep it going?
Yeah, I don't see anything too good. I mean, you're definitely also looking at pawn takes on b2 at the end of a lot of lines here. Knight e6 looks like the threat we care about. But to be honest, knight e6, there is bishop g6. And, we're not immediately losing. So I agree with the decision to take. If you're going to suffer in this position as black, take the pawn. Why not? And at least you have that to comfort you when you're looking and calculating at just all these terrible, terrible variations.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's so many of those. And now with bishop e5, I guess at least black can say there is no immediate the position falling apart right now, because at least by attacking the queen, there is no discovered check. But
That's
when it
right.
comes to to this moment, Aman, what would you say that White needs to do to just keep the attack going, even if it's not an immediate fireworks and crushing down everything, but just keep it going and in a few moves time win?
I mean, the thing about this queen move is I might even think to undo it. Bishop f4 is also tempting just because it would get rid of the bishop from the b2 pawn. Maybe then I could target that. So I think about bishop f4 here, and maybe the worst is behind black. But if you look objectively, white still has a huge advantage, and you can only be happy with this
And
position.
White shows why this game is so exciting, and chess as a whole, you can always make a mistake, even in winning positions. Grandmasters do that too. Queen f3 gets a double question mark.
Bishop g4 traps the queen. There is bishop h7 and queen e4, but then you would lose the queen to a different tactic with bishop h2. This is a very surprising move. There's bishop takes c6, but again, that e4 square, that's not a helpful one because you're still losing the queen. So this is completely flipped. And again, I just have to say, I'm shocked. Are we looking at queen f7? Like, is that the best move? I think it might be.
Goodness me, White has blundered the queen with queen to f3, a Bota's gambit in a position that was completely winning for White.
Wow. Huge mistake here. Yeah, this is a really really big flip of the evaluation, and it looks like Nihal is probably going to win this game. And as exciting as this is, I think this is the final big blunder. I noticed that we actually have Blue Bomb versus Esipenko, a little bit of a candidates preview match. I thought, how could we pass up tuning into this one? It looks like Esipenko has the upper hand at the moment with the pressure of the rooks, the fork right now of the rook on f1 and bishop d2. But Blue Bomb and Esipenko, with candidates ahead, are both fully in the fight here in the Chess.com Open.
They are, and it's so great to see many of the candidates, participants playing in the Chess.com Open. Of course, it matters to them. They want to qualify to the Esports World Cup. Rook to g1 gets a question mark because it invites Queen f3 as a really strong move. Oof.
Yeah, it seems that queen f3, I mean, first of all, there's only one reaction. So white's abandoning winning this game, and probably long has, because there is a perpetual available, but every pawn is also falling in the position. The tempting move is also queen takes on d2, but there is a bishop hanging here on d4 for black, not to mention rook f7. And finally, all three of white's pieces would connect on the g pawn. So queen f3, the top move, and I wonder what the follow-up is. Perhaps just something simple like bishop takes on e3, or maybe there's even something better. Like, I'm looking at queen f3, rook g2, and thinking, well, if I only could get a rook down to the first rank, that would effectively be a checkmate. So there could be some tactics in that position as well.
Yeah, and Bluebell shaking his head, but Yasipenko also being a bit like, wait, there's gotta be something. I cannot see it. Why am I not seeing it?
Yeah, exactly. It's like he knows this should be winning and he's correct, but proving it is often a different story. The position is so good for black here. you have to assume that there is something, that there's a sacrifice that's just not being seen. Rook takes e3, queen takes f3. Unfortunately, that position, even with queens off the board, looks good. But I think rook e1 was the amazing move there, Anna, in that line, and that would have been
Wow.
checkmate.
Goodness me, what an incredible tactical pattern getting to the back rank. You already mentioned, Amon, that's the goal. If black gets to the back rank, that's it. And that was the way to do it. Wow.
I'll just back up a move to put that on the board. Queen takes rook to e1, and well, you could have all this material, but know your mating patterns. There's no way to prevent it.
Incredible tactics there, winning the e3 pawn, but more so than just the pawn. It's opening up the e5 for the rook and for the queen of black. White is up material, then exchange up, but the king is really in trouble.
hmm It looks like check, queen e2 check. If the king goes to h3, there could be something like queen h5, and you just have to find the way to deliver that smooth checkmate pattern. I don't see it 100% yet, but I'm sure that it's there somewhere. Queen
Yeah,
f1
where
as
is
well.
it? Goes back to h5, potential repetition of moves. Or rook e2, which would make sense to bring the rook in now with a check.
Yep, and rook f2. This should be mate on e2 or h2, depending on where that king goes.
And queen d1 crowns this attack. There were couple of
Wow.
ways in which to deliver checkmate, and I think we gotta also give kudos to Bluebone for playing it all the way till checkmate. Not everyone does that. It hurts. It hurts to lose. It hurts to be on the receiving end of a beautiful checkmate, but he appreciates the patterns and he does
Yep.
allow Yesipenko to finish the game in style. This is a pre-match for the candidates in a way, different time control and different format, but they will be facing each other at the candidates starting in just a few days' time.
That's right. And 3 out of 3. This is the top matchup here to pay attention to. This is board number 2. Uh, time is even. Position looks very close to even, just in terms of counting up the material. White's king is much better placed. The a pawn also looks like it's kind of in trouble, and maybe there's some outside checkmate threats that black needs to worry about.
Yeah, those are definitely factors to be aware of, and the highlighted squares that you're showing for the king march. White has already won if it was king of the hill, but even without king of the hill, king e5 is a really strong move.
Yeah, I think unfortunately black's trying to hang on to the pawns, but not only is there king f6 available, but I think more importantly, king d6, and that's where the checkmate comes in. Rook a8 will be checkmate as long as that c7 square is guarded. That's why you're seeing what was time even at a minute and 10 seconds is now completely different. A minute to 30 seconds. Serrana needs to play moves much quicker than this.
Much quicker because there is no increment. So having this really tough position and no time on the clock, even if you manage to not get checkmated, you will end up losing on the clock. This is not good news. You either need the time or the position. You cannot be down on both.
hmm There is checkmate still. King b8 doesn't help. King d8 does help in terms of having bishop c8 available, but no, there's nothing you can do. This
And
move wins it.
Serena, oh wow. You see the reaction as he missed bishop to f5, but the position was collapsing, unfortunately for him, no matter what. What a game again by seeing a move ahead. He's on fire, and he has been seeing plenty of moves ahead in this game too, it feels like.
And look at this. Bishop and knight will be awarded the victory if time expires. So Bradley needs to play much quicker and probably pre-move almost everything here.
Yeah, it's again one of those cases where if it was a different time control, we wouldn't be talking much about this endgame. But with now the pawn eliminated, only knight remaining on the board, not enough material for either of them to win on time. So a draw was the very fair result of that endgame.
Exactly, and I think that this game we just tried to tune into at the end ended on the spot, so that will be the final game of the round. And as we come to our first fair play break right after round number 4, we're also seeing which names are floating to the top of the table. Movahed and Caruana, 4 points each, and Theodoru and Dubov at 3.5, absolutely in contention. I think the target score in previous play-ins has sort of been 7 or 7.5 points. You have to have at least 7. So that means you can kind of lose 1-2 games maximum, but that's it. So for players that have 3 points here, and they've already dropped either 2 draws or 1 loss, they have to play, pretty much perfect for the rest of the event.
There's so much pressure on the players and so much at stake. There will be 5 more rounds. We're going to take a short break, but before we go on the break, I got to remind you that we have some really cool glasses that you can try on with our sponsor and partner, Zenni. I have 2 pairs at home because I love all sorts of different glasses, the frames, the effects of each that you can figure out with a virtual try-on if you go to zenni.com/chess and use the code CHESS at the checkout, which will give you 15% off on their site on so many different styles. Gotham Chess himself is rocking his Zenni glasses all the time. So if you want to look like Levi, or if you want to look like Amon or me, you need to go to zenni.com/chess and make sure to use the code CHESS until March 30th to get your 15% off. We will take a very short break, but when we are back, there's 5 more rounds to go in the Chess.com Open play-in today, and there is a lot at stake.
Folks, have you ever looked at me and thought, oh my gosh, he's so handsome? Thanks. It's probably the glasses. You see, I've worn glasses for most of my life, and in recent years, I've been wearing Zenni. Zennis are affordable, reliable, and they offer thousands of options. Also, nowadays, most of us spend hours staring at a screen, whether big or small. So I add blocks, which are Zenni's blue light blocking glasses. And remember to get your eyes checked regularly and avoid straining them for too long. But as far as glasses go, I love my Zennis, and you can try some today at zenni.com/chess. And maybe you too will look as handsome in yours as I do in mine.
Another victory I want to share with you, which I won against the world champion, against Garry Kasparov. It was in 2002 Moscow, playing in the Russia versus rest of the world. I was part of the world team, and it was a very interesting match playing in the Kremlin, and it was very tight, but still we were always having the lead. We won 52-48. So by this moment, Kasparov also wants to break out from the position, exchanging pawns, so he went f6. But after f6, I felt there is a momentum, and I went bishop f4 from e3, trying to put pressure on the c7 pawn. So now I'm threatening to take on f6 and also bring my rook. Now black took bishop takes f5, eliminating my very active knight, and playing f takes e5. Of course, you can imagine how uncomfortable Kasparov felt in this position. It is very clear that black is the player who is struggling to save the game, and in this position, maybe bishop e5 was the expected move for Garry, but then rook c8 defending, so the game goes on. But now I played a very important move, and I think it's very instructive. When you have active pieces, and when someone takes a piece, you should not take back instantly. Think about it. Maybe there is a better version of capturing that back, not immediately, but maybe a move later. So this rook was not playing in the game so far, and finally I was able to go rook e1 and have a pin over the pawn on e5, right? So Kasparov played bishop d6, defending the pawn. Obviously, I'm ready to take anyway. And then he was kind of hiding with his king behind the bishop. I can refine this idea by playing c4 and using the other pin. So now threatening with c5, winning the bishop. If black would go b6, I would just strengthen, reinforce this idea and want to go c5. And when Kasparov played c5, already now with very different circumstances, I can capture on d6, takes, and rook e6, and you see the d5 square is not protected. It's a weakness, but the biggest problem for black that I'm going to be capturing this pawn. And after this, it was just completely hopeless, the game for Kasparov. I needed a little technique to win the game, but I did it, and it was a victory of my life in some ways in that moment. So it is something very memorable.
This is the Esports World Cup, and in 20
Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of the Chess.com Open Play-ins is what we are witnessing today. 4 rounds in, 5 more to go in this incredibly exciting format. 10 minutes for each player with no increment, time scrambles, upsets, and so much at stake. $250,000 is the prize fund and 3 qualification spots to the Esports World Cup. I'm here with Grandmaster Aman Hamilton to take us through round 5, which is already underway. Aman.
Yeah, and I think it's a surprise maybe to the audience, but most importantly, the players that round 5 is already underway. Operator error, we'll go with. Obviously, happens in these tournaments. I've seen even in Title Tuesday sometimes where you expect a break, it's not there. That's what happened here. So we'll wait and hear if that break will be perhaps after the next round to make up for it. But what we do know is that the games are on, and for those that maybe lost time, they weren't at the board when the round started because they expected a break. They're getting their time added back to make up for that. So that should even things out in terms of the round, I guess, that we've got right now. And Fabiano at 4 out of 4 against Movahead is easily the game that we need to start with, but also not just because they're 4 out of 4 and leading the event, but because of the position on the board, which is incredibly double-edged.
It is such a cool middle game to look into. When you see the players castling on opposite sides of the board, it leads to these insane attacks because both players are going for the kill. White is trying to attack on the king side, black is trying to attack on the queen side. Black's attack seems like has arrived sooner, but black is actually not that ready for an attack. It's a pawn and the knight there, tickling the white king, but not really causing much harm, while white's pieces are really active and the center is a big deal too. So let's break down what are the good things here for white and why white's position is better. C3, great move.
Yeah, c3 was just played. The rook is pinning the d-pawn, and the queen is actually really nicely placed. It's protecting the knight on c5. The white rook can also join the middle of the board very easily. Rook h to e1. And simply, pawn takes on d5 could be a very, very good move next, depending on where this knight goes. I think after knight b4, it's almost as though black was expecting something different. C3 is such a strange reaction, just hitting the knight. And look at this move. Knight takes a2. Clearly was not happy with knight c6. There was knight takes b7 and knight d6 in the position. Regardless, knight takes a2 and queen b6 has been played. There is an e-pawn loose. There's a pin on that knight. And if you play b4, I think it's clear what black wants to play.
It's so chaotic, so messy. The computer is saying white is completely winning, but you still need to make precise moves. And there are so many threats that you've highlighted, Amon. I have no idea what's the best move here for white. It doesn't seem that obvious. Luckily for Fabiano, he's really good at both with his intuition and his precise calculation. He just coolly, calmly takes on d5 as if nothing is going on here.
Yeah, and I'll just take that move back for a moment because I want to highlight all the ways this could go wrong. B4 takes on e4. That's a check, by the way, with the bishop hanging. If you maybe defend in a different way, bishop e3. There's also this idea that, I mean, you have to contend with where you take here, the bishop has to move, you sack on c5, and in comes queen b3. So there's so many moves and variations that I think Sina was calculating here. And I guess it just e takes d5 almost eluded him because now he's thinking again. The knight is hanging, but so is the bishop, and the pawn is also supported for the moment. So this move by Fabi, simple, doesn't go into any of the complications, and reminds black that if you count up the pieces, you are down material.
And you can see the reaction on Sina's face as well, the shaking of the head, acknowledging that this is the sad outcome of a position where maybe he has seen a move ahead, but Fabiano has seen two moves ahead at the least to capture the pawn and eliminate all sorts of danger in his position. He's retreating the knight now to e4, offering a queen trade in this funky way.
Yeah, I'm almost at the point where I'm considering like, is knight takes e4 a thought at all? Looks kind of tricky because if you just trade queens, I guess there's rook c3 at the end, but no, I have to assume here that this is completely under control for Fabiano. It's a full extra piece, and both of these pieces have all their entry squares kind of denied.
Yeah, and that is not good news when you're facing a situation like this, being down on material. White also has a passed pawn. The d5 pawn is a really strong passed pawn. Not looking good. He's setting up an attack on b3, but you're showing with their arrow on what Fabiano has just played, bishop d1. It's a retreat, looks passive, but it's just what you need sometimes in order to make sure there's nothing going on against your king.
Yeah, I think this is actually just crushing here. If you want, you could, exchange once and perhaps play king takes a3, but yeah, I think it starts to get a little bit tricky there. Maybe taking on a3, there's rook takes b3, so there are ways to go wrong, but there's no threats in the position. That's what's important to remember. There is nothing that black is threatening, and Fabi keeps a cool head. He's up on time. I think he's got this game, and I think it's going to put him on 5 and f5, which it's not that Fabi has not had the I guess the skills or the pairings to make it in previous editions. It's that he didn't get off to that good start. And even though he made a comeback, he didn't have good tie breaks. He could never make it happen. Some unfortunate things happening with the pairings. I think this is his real chance here, Anna. He's off to the start that he needs.
Indeed, he's going to be our sole leader if he wins this game. Let's go back to the bird's eye view and take in what else is happening in round 5. As we have mentioned, Fabiano will likely be the sole leader with 5 out of 5 if he wins this game against move ahead, while we also have Dubov and Theodoro on board to trying to catch them, trying to get higher up on the standings. Nihal Sarin's advantage seems to be crushing. Can we check in on that game and why White is winning? Is that Black Queen trapped?
Well, yeah, in such a funny way, it's just sat there on A2. Like, how did it get there is probably the question that we're all wondering. And,
Yeah,
maybe
how?
two moves away from being lost, Queen D3 and Knight to C4. That's going to attack the queen, and that's why we're seeing F5. Pure desperation here from Black. Nihal is looking to move to 4 out of 5, which would definitely be putting him in contention for those top spots.
And it's the streak that he needs because he was in a lost position earlier that he managed to turn completely, win from a lost position after his opponent's blunder, and now this could be another win right after. Looking good for Nihal Sarin, I guess more than good when you have your opponent's queen trapped. I still can't even picture how the queen got there. Amon, can we just for the sake of our like entertainment and learning, how do you not get your queen trapped? What not to do.
Well, I think this is the spot here after rook to d3. The queen could move just about anywhere, but the e5 move is coming, so Black decided to play queen a1, and then in came knight b2. Uh, Funny enough, not even the best move in the position, but certainly the best practical move, because look at what's happened as a result. The queen just has nowhere to go, and White is, I think, just executing queen d3, knight c4. That's that's what looks the most clear to me, and I think that Black is going to try to play rook f7, rook f2 to answer.
Wow, this is incredible. And now White is pushing e5 because g6 is also hanging. So whether you lose your queen or you get checkmated, it's bad news. Nihal Sarin wins the game, moves on to yet another win, the streak that he badly needed from a really tough game earlier in the tournament. Dubov with the bishop on h6, attacking Theodoro's queen, and that black king is looking suspicious.
Yeah, on the previous move, it was rook takes g8 played. Not the best move in the position, but a great practical attempt. The queen needed to take, but in fact, the king did. And as a result, the queen is just lost. It's kind of a
Wow.
little bit of a one move tactic here.
Wow. It happens even between grandmasters. You see mistakes that normally are not. You would think that they see these tactical patterns, but this is a 10-minute game, no increment. We have seen huge roller coasters. For Daniel Dubov, this is great news now with the material advantage, heading toward h6 with the queen.
Hmm.
I like that you're highlighting g4 as well because he could try to push g4, g5, and push the f pawn as well to get to the black king.
Yeah, this is a position where Black's quite solid, compact, but slowly but surely, I think those kingside pawns will advance, and Black's position is almost as good as it's going to get. It's almost that the pieces can't find better squares than the ones they're currently on.
Yeah. So what do you do when your pieces are already at the best squares, Amon? What would be your advice? What can White look out for? How to improve further?
Yeah, I think for White, definitely the pieces can improve. For Black, I'm not so sure. You do want to probably avoid putting too many pawns on light squares. So White is only really looking to play g4 if you can secure the move g5. Black needs to make some meaningful threats. I think rook c5, you have the idea of knight b6, targeting the d pawn, and you also do want to bring the rook down, but the white bishop is, for now, holding absolutely everything.
Such a useful piece, stopping both rooks that are doubled on the c file, stopping all the potential threats of black. So black is making a waiting move by playing rook to c7 and telling white to show his cards and what
Mhm.
white can do to make further progress.
Yeah, king g2. There is h4, maybe king h3, and then you're starting to think about g4, g5. That's one way to try to do things. And also this pawn on b2, you don't really ever want to move it. You'd give away a lot of dangerous dark squares over to your opponent. I think time is
Yeah.
also going to be a factor here.
And since you're mentioning time, Amon, can we actually swap to the Max Ludwig game real fast? Because it's down to the final seconds of this end game where I mean, anything could happen with the time situation being what it is. Anything could happen. I guess for White, it's the sad news that 6 seconds is not enough without an increment.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And it's also going to be a win on the board here.
Yeah.
I think what we're actually seeing is the timing was kind of thrown off here because every game is in a time scramble except Theodoro's, because I think Theodoro began the game later thinking that there was a break.
So he did get his break while the other players had their game started. It happens. It was a technical issue. But what we do see, as you have mentioned, is all the games wrapping up while
Yeah,
board two still has a couple of minutes for each player. Still a winning position for Dubov. Some trades have happened since. A pair of rooks is gone. And after bishop d5, the knight is hanging. And if the knight moves, then the f7 pawn is falling. And it's not just about the pawn, but that e6 square where your queen will be landing next move.
what's very comical to me is there's only one game left. So somehow, out of all the participants, only Theodoro immediately took a break. Nobody else did. Everyone else played their game normally. They all were in time scramble. So I think Nicholas is the only real rule follower here. He said, "Oh, there's a break. Let me immediately go take one," and he was gone as soon as the break started.
He was, but it seems that the break did not help his game. It's been a rough one, a really difficult position for Theodorou from the moment that his king started to be a main target on the king side, and he ended up losing his queen in order to stay
That's
in the
right.
game.
It wasn't
Wow.
all perfect though. So that attack from Duval was a little bit of well calculated moves and a little bit of you know, practical chances, let's call it. It didn't have to be perfect, but it was very dangerous, difficult to handle. The queen is invading, the B pawn is going to fall. That might be the end of things, but I think you got to continue with rook c2. King e5 also drops the bishop. So there is no great option available.
And that's why Theodoro is spending more time and trying to see whether he can keep the game going. He goes to c6 with the king, allowing that the pawn is captured. That's probably the least of all the bad options, but he still resigns because there is no
Yeah.
longer any counter chance. What a game this has been with Daniel Dubov going for the attack very aggressive in a very aggressive manner, and it pays off. We now have only one player on 100% score, and his name is Fabiano Caruana.
That's exactly right. Fabi is the sole leader. 4.5 points for Dubov. We just saw that win there. Clearly, those are the front runners. The group at 4 points is chasing, but I think we're starting to get to the point where anyone less than 3.5 outside this top 20, that just might not be enough. You'd have to win every single game for the rest of the tournament just to have a chance.
Yeah, and that's not an easy thing to do, and the field is packed with really strong players, tons of grandmasters and titled players who qualified, because some of these players have gone through preliminaries and titled and non-titled player events to even make it to today's play, and this is the largest open tournament, and we have so much at stake, $250,000 and 3 qualification spots for the Esports World Cup. No wonder everyone is here, even if they have a candidates tournament starting in a few days. They are here at the Chess.com Open because it matters so much to every player here.
That's right. The prizes are significant, and you just have to take a moment and reflect on not only the prize is significant, but the chance to play at the Esports World Cup. Those are the most significant prizes in the chess world. Commentating with Eric. Eric was always highlighting, and I really agree with that point that it could be like a career defining, bit of life changing moment for some of these players getting signed to an esports team, a share of those big prizes at the EWC, and global recognition that comes with it. So this is, as you've highlighted, not just the biggest open tournament, but there's so much on the line for some of these players that find themselves outside of the regular top 10, top 20, elite invitational tournaments.
Exactly, and that was the story of Denis Lazovic at the Speed Chess Championship in London, and he qualified by knocking out Hikaru Nakamura. It was not an easy feat, but he did it. He was the only player with no esports team, and now everyone will want to sign that boy.
Hmm. Absolutely right. So lots on the line as we get into this one. I think that Fabi against Dubov is, on paper it sounds like such an exciting matchup, but there are other things at play here. First of all, Fabi will have amazing tie breaks. Leading the tournament, that just happens naturally. You play the best players. They tend to be doing the best in the event. So it means that Fabi can start to, for lack of a better word, ease up a little bit. He doesn't need to go all out to win the games. Draws here will be fantastic results, especially with the black pieces against a player like Dubov. He's probably not going into this thinking, okay, I got to win this game. So from that perspective, maybe this won't actually be the craziest game as Dubov, as we've seen from some World Blitz events in the past. He tends to make a draw here and there.
It happens. It happens and makes perfect sense for Fabiano. As you said, he's half a point ahead of Duvo and has an even bigger lead ahead of the rest of the field, 1 point or more. So it makes sense for him to play solid, but with no increment. And even this game could just light up at some point with the time pressure and
Yep.
one of the players trying to flag their opponent, regardless of what's on the board. So that is part of the game, makes it really exciting for us to follow. When it comes to this round, by the way, I think we could just show so many of the top boards are going in very truly exciting ways of developing the opening in not the most traditional, not the most conventional ways. There's imbalances here and there. It's a time control where you might want to play, maybe not always the main line, but try to surprise your opponent, try to get something more double edged. Which out of these opening choices call your attention, Amon, as something interesting to show?
Well, definitely Vidit's game. Playing Jakob Seaman here, who I assume had a big upset win in the previous round. Coming in at that rating, 2,300, I don't know if it's almost like, feels like maybe like a youthful rating, like just not where it should be perhaps. But regardless, I think that Jakob had a big result in the previous game, is now facing Vidit, is on 4 out of 5, which is an incredible score. And this is a very double-edged position. It's almost as though White is playing a Sicilian from White's perspective. So it's the same setup that you might see in, almost like a Taimanov sort of Sicilian here, the bishop's fianchettoed. And Vidit has, I won't say gone all out, but certainly with these pawns, f5, f4, foregoing the development of this light squared bishop, because if you do develop it, in comes knight c5. So this game is exploding.
It's huge, and when it comes to Jakub, I mean, I've just been looking at who were his previous opponents. Since you mentioned that he must have taken down some household names of the top GMs here in the field, he has. Third round against Benjamin Bok, he wins. Then he beats Aram Hakobian, and his latest victim is Levon Aronian. That's
Yep,
how he made it to the 4 points that he has.
there
Goodness
you
me.
go. Yeah, that I knew it just had to be an incredible upset because with that rating, you're going to get paired way up to the sort of the highest possible pairing in a group. So I'm not surprised that he just took down Ronin. He's had tough opponents the entire time, and no difference here. Like I said, you beat Levon Aronian. Congratulations, Vidit is next. So Queen G5. While this is an aggressive game from Vidit, I do think this plays into Jakob's hands. He's going to have chances here. Doesn't mean that, this is going to be an easy game. He's going to be under heavy pressure on the king side, but he's going to have a lot of chances. Maybe you can put pressure on that pawn here. Knight to c4 comes to mind. And you start to think about the possibility of using the e4 square, maybe bringing the pieces in. If you're thinking about defense, you might even consider a move like g3. But for now, things are being held together, and it's Vidit who has got to start thinking rook g8, knight h3. Like these kind of sacrifices are going to be on his mind.
He needs to. He needs to find counterplay as you're showing, and that attack against the White King could be the key to that because Otherwise, what we see is a really balanced and healthy position for white, with the rooks on the E and C5. The knight on C5 is such a beautiful piece. It's not really letting black develop easily his pieces on the queen side. Queen to G6 was played by Vidit, putting more pressure on the D3 pawn. Um, and what could then be the follow up? Do you think that he's trying to get the bishop out as well, bishop f5?
Yeah, I think so. With the knight on c5, there's just no development really to be had. And even still here, bishop f5, you do have to worry about your b pawn and the c file. But I think that this move rook c1, perhaps I'm not the biggest fan of it. I just like to have the c1 square for this bishop to potentially retreat to. And now I'm thinking, okay, for Vidit, you could start to think about knight to d4. And if you don't have anything else to do, h5 and h4 will pretty much always be good.
Yeah, that is looking like a strong way to follow up now that black has managed to develop the bishop, connect the rooks, get more pieces into the game. It's looking a lot more balanced. It feels like maybe Jakub had some slight mischances. Not that there was anything huge, but his position was more promising a few moves ago.
Yep. And the move rook e3, it might look a little bit strange because it does run into like knight d4 and then the rook's attacked. It runs into bishop h6.
Oh,
But I think it was there because with bishop d5 coming, start to get a little concerned about knight h3. And that alone could be a dangerous idea. But knight d4, it's what I was mentioning, Anna. The pawn coming in and hitting the rook is very uncomfortable.
super uncomfortable. It's almost trapped. That rook, you barely have anywhere to go other than the g3 square. Um, Jakob retreats the queen, but those are monsters. The knight on d4, the knight on f4. Knight f5 as a follow-up seems to be the only way for Vidit to keep his advantage, but that's such a natural move, trapping the rook.
Yep. Yeah, the rook has nowhere to go. Honestly, losing the rook is not the biggest deal for Jakob in this position. It's just more that after you lose the material, your position hasn't really improved. It's not like I give up the exchange and then suddenly it's easy to play. Well, no, Vidit's still on the same attack as before, but now he's up material. So in that sense, it is a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, a lot has improved in Vidit's position since we tuned in, and unfortunately for Jakub, it's only been going to a worse and worse position each time. We could go back to the bird's eye view to compare the action on the other boards as well. This is round 5 of the Chess.com Open play-ins today, and it has been. Whoa, wait a second. When we last checked in with our tournament leader, Fabiano Caruana, he had a balanced, equal position. We can't say the same about it right now.
That's exactly right. The current position, queen to f5, actually sets up a cunning threat. I'll just put a move on the board to show. Pawn takes d4, rook takes b6, and undermining the rook on c8, that would be a huge loss of material. So queen f5 getting the exclamation mark because effectively it's kind of a double attack if you think of one threat as the e-pawn and the other threat of rook takes b6.
Wow, what a powerful move and what a huge threat. What can Fabiano do about it? Because obviously he sees the threat, he knows that he needs to prevent it, but it's not that simple.
No, not at all. I mean, knight d7, there's not only rook a7, but also the c pawn drops in that case. Maybe rook e8 drops the c pawn directly. So I'm not seeing a good solution. But to be honest, I think you have to be down a pawn minimum here. I don't think that Fabi is finding any variations that truly keep everything together.
Yeah, he has to decide what is the least bad here. What can you give up and still stay in the game, have some practical chances? The time situation, though, is also not on his side. It's a 10-minute game with no increment, but you cannot flag your opponent if you're down 2 minutes.
That's right. No, time is not there. Fabi needs to find something that he likes. Knight d7 played. He might be anticipating this. I was thinking that rook a7 and knight c5 was perhaps an even more uncomfortable fate. And honestly, rook a7, rook d8, knight c5, I gotta try to find a way out here. I'm not exactly seeing it. Maybe Fabi's trying to rely on, for example, a move like queen f6, just like a tactical
Oh,
solution. But no, I think this is going to be a huge advantage for white.
yeah, it seems to be the case that because of that pin, whether knight c5 or rook takes c6 to try to double the rooks on the seventh rank, black is all tangled up here, and he's gonna lose at least a couple of pawns, if not more.
That's right. Knight c5. The question is, can knight c5 be played now because there's no queen f6? So knight c5 will definitely win the knight. And the question is, just is the position so bad that is it worth it to win the knight here? You ruin your pawns, might lose a few more. Or can you get away with just pawn takes d4, solid, and keep all the threats in the position? And Dubov has our answer.
Yeah, he says, I'm in no hurry to win that knight. It's not going anywhere. It's pinned. The queen, the black queen, doesn't really know where to go other than to e8 to step out of the pin but still hold on to the knight. This is a really sad position for Fabiano.
Yeah, it's kind of hopeless because if you move the queen as well, rook c7, you don't need to win the knight at this point. You're just winning every single pawn on the seventh, and knight c5 is still there as an idea. So many reasons that this position does not look great at the moment.
No, I wonder if Fabi will find any final chances or resources because his position seems to be completely doomed. But if someone is resourceful and finds one final chance, a little hope, I think that would be Fabiano. But based on the position and the way he's shaking his head, I think even for him, this might be a bit too much.
Yeah, and that's why we're seeing rook b5. This is a move that, kind of frees black's position a little bit if you take it. Queen takes b5, queen takes e4 with check. Now, white absolutely does not have to go into that line. We could see something like d5 to just keep everything together. But Fabi knows that it's just kind of a shot in the dark. He's throwing it out there. He hopes it confuses Dubov. But honestly, with time lead and the way that Dubov has played so far, knight c5, he's not entertaining that one bit. He's putting more pressure on d7 and looking to jump ahead, leapfrog Fabiano in the standings and move up to 5.5 out of 6.
Yeah, this is huge. In a game where we were saying that Fabiano was going for a more solid approach, the draw is a good result for someone that's leading the tournament with only a few rounds left. This is no draw. Dubov is going for the
No,
first place, wants to leapfrog Fabiano. And I'm afraid that for Caruana, this might be one of the last moments in the game because, yeah, it's curtains. He
called it
resigns.
exactly. Yeah, this is a position you just can't continue from. Tournament leader goes down, but Fabi is still going to have great tie breaks. He's on 5 out of 6. However, Dubov, 5.5 points, leading the charge now for the top spot.
He is, and on board too, Cena move ahead is about to win as well. Can we just check those final moments in his game and why his endgame is completely winning?
Yeah, this checkmate threat on h7. Oh, I say checkmate threat. It's actually just checkmate. And there you go. Rook h7. That is the reason why this position is winning. And it's nice to have the players here to demonstrate that exactly.
Yeah, it's good that they just want to make it very instructive for us. I love it though when a player allows it. Of course they see it, but they just let the opponent play it out. It was a beautiful checkmate, and if it wasn't for the checkmate, then that pawn was marching to become a queen. So black
That's
was
right.
in a lost position. In this endgame, though, this is a bit more complex with the pawn on c6 hanging. Rook to c1 seems like a very natural move. Actually, the pawn is not hanging. Excuse me. With the bishop on g2, it's not hanging, but you are preventing rook c2 if you put your rook on the c5 first. So that's important.
Yep. And rook c2 in order to grab that pawn. White is looking to take care of these two pawns over here. I guess you could just take on c6, try to play rook b6. You have knight d5. Not too sure, but what I am sure about is that time is now all of a sudden a serious factor here as a win condition.
It is, and it's part of the game because there is no increment. So we have seen this being a key player. It's another piece on the board, the time factor, because you might flag your opponent, even if your position is not better. You might be even in a lost position. But if you have more time, with a couple of seconds extra in a time scramble, you can win. This is the 10-minute game, no increment time control. Makes it so exciting, and that's what's going to happen at the Esports World Cup too, where they're trying to qualify through the Chess.com Open.
Exactly right. King e2 played under a minute here for Artemiev, and Muradli is at 4 points. So these two players do not have the exact same score. And as you see the lead change, Fabiano now becomes Dubov at the top. Moving up to 5 points with a win is extremely significant. You'd only be half a point behind first place.
It's huge. And you mentioned, Amon, that 7 points might be the magical number for qualification to the playoffs. So anyone approaching that is in a good position now. King to d2 has just been played. And with the endgame here looking good for Artemiev, the only question, and it's a big one, is the time. Is
Yep.
49 seconds enough to win this endgame? And by that, we mean he has to potentially checkmate his opponent because you will not get resignation when you don't have time on the clock.
Exactly. No, that's not going to happen. E4 pawn is hanging. Black's going for counterplay. So this is white firmly in control, but Black's well aware of that and is sort of playing in a way where it's giving away some things on not on purpose, but he doesn't need to find the best move. He just needs to continue the game.
Yeah. That's what he has been doing really skillfully, and that is here the main storyline with Black having extra time, trying to keep the game going as much as possible in the safest way possible. He's taking his time now so that the position doesn't become that easy for White to play. A check here, a check there.
There's not an easy way through, and time is becoming even here. It's no longer a win condition at all. I like this choice because now it does feel that there's not a lot of danger in the position for white, and it's really easy to pre-move a position like this because your king is nice and safe.
I wonder what Muradli was talking about in that moment when he had quite a reaction there. But what we do see here is a rook endgame where, of course, White is winning, but he only has 27 seconds left. The time is getting close, though. 26 seconds against 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think this is just really easy for white now, if I'm being honest. I think with all the pawns on the board previously, might have been difficult, but now you can comfortably sacrifice your rook on b2, and these two pawns will beat the rook even without white's rook on the board.
Muradli seems to be somewhat upset, and now his time advantage is fully gone as well. So lost position and no time. But still, of course, it's 18 seconds against 11. So Artemiev has been playing really precisely and really fast to convert this endgame.
Yep, no, this is, he did it on the board and on the clock in the end, so it's quite a nice comeback there. The position started as honestly just equal. With a time edge for black, but that's not the way it concluded. Up to 4.5 points is Artemiev, but more notably, I think we saw the lead change in that top position, and that was the story of this round as we saw it. Daniel Dubov beating Fabiano with the white pieces, moving up to 5.5 points. He's undefeated in the event. And then you have the chasing pack. Vidit, you have Sina move ahead, Fabiano Caruana. Those players are at 5 points, but we're getting to those key rounds where all of a sudden 7 points as the target score. There's only so many players that you're looking at. You need to be in this top 20, probably in the top 13 to even be a contender.
That's the case indeed, because the field is so packed. 7 points is what we are saying is potentially a magical number. If you get to 7 points, it's likely that you qualify. But even then, even then, who knows? Who knows with how the events are unfolding today? This is already round 7. This and 2 more rounds to go, and that's it then for who will qualify. But because there's so many top players here, Amon, I think we cannot predict. We cannot predict who will be the two players at the top, even if we have Dubov leading, even if we have Fabiano half a point behind. There's no guarantee for any of these players that they will be the two-man standing at the end of this event.
No, there's no guarantee at all. You also don't really have, to a certain degree, you don't have control over your tie breaks. You don't really know how they're going to work out exactly. The first spot is so much more valuable than second or third. There's no more chess to play. You sort of have that first pick of your next opponent. So it is the more meaningful spot. And otherwise, second and third is usually a 7 point minimum score required. Could even be 7.5. Like you could score 7 points, not have good tie breaks, and you're not counting for second, third tie break because only two players go. It's by computer tie breaks. It's not get 7 points and there's 10 of you, and we work out everything with lots of tie breaks. That's not the case here.
Yeah, it's a brutal format, but it's what it takes to qualify to an event like the Esports World Cup. Everything is on the line here for the players. $250,000 is the prize fund for the Chess.com Open. 3 qualification spots to the Esports World Cup. And right now, the player here, the grandmaster here with the black pieces, is the only leader. 5.5 points for Daniel Dubov, but the chasing pack, Caruana move ahead with it, half a point behind him, and you cannot really write off even the players that we are now seeing in the standings with 4.5 points or 4 points. If you manage to win the last 2 or 3 games, with this round included, that will possibly give you enough points. Like even if you have 4 points, I know it's not easy to win 3 out of 3, but it is something that happens in events like this. You go on a winning streak.
Yeah, it is possible. So the players with 4 points are absolutely not giving up hope yet. And as we talked about at the beginning of the show, there are points that are awarded based on how you do in the event that count towards your leaderboard points as well. So it's absolutely in everyone's interest to be trying to collect as many points as possible here based on their final placement. So lots of reasons, prize money as well, for everyone to really keep fighting until, for all 9 rounds.
Yeah, so much at stake, and with the points as well, as you mentioned, even if you don't qualify, it matters a lot how well you perform today. We are looking at board one and this opening between Vidit and Dubov. White has just played h3. Aman, can you explain to the viewers and to myself, who doesn't play this particular line, why h3 was a key move before even doing anything like castling kingside?
Well, actually, no, Anna, I cannot. Eight, it's one of those things where I think, and it falls in that category of a safety first approach. Clearly, you want a castle, so you need to move the pawn because it will be attacked on h2. But also, you don't have any pieces over there, right? There's no knight on f3. That's a little bit unusual. The move knight g4 is annoying, and honestly, without h3, I look at knight g4 and bishop h2, and what move takes care of both of them at once? It is that move h3, and it does need to come before castling because that pawn would be hanging. So I suppose with all that, it does make a good bit of sense. And I'm seeing that this position is kind of reminding me of one from the black side, colors reversed. That's not the first time this has happened so far in the event, and the players will no doubt be drawing on those patterns that they're familiar with from these respective openings.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens in a lot of those cases when, even if it's not the exact same line, but the patterns are very familiar to both players, and the way you develop your pieces, the way the goal on what you are aiming for shapes with the piece placement. But it seems to be a little bit sleepy, so I hope that when it comes to his energy, he will keep up. He might need a Nuragam himself if he has a pack there. I do have my Neuro here because I did the broadcasts are long, so I have all my packs here. But I would love to pass one on to Vidit as well.
Well, it's interesting because Dubov's the one playing from bed, right?
True. Maybe they both need Neuro.
Well, yeah, I was looking at Dubov. He looks like he could doze off at any time, but he's playing from bed, and he just beat Fabiano pretty handily with the white pieces last round, and he's looking comfortable here. So I think he's got it figured out, Anna, and I might have to take a few notes here.
Yeah, apparently we all need to take notes on what's the best setup to play a really tough competition, grandmasters each round for the Esports World Cup. Um, he chooses the pillow, but I am recommending Neuro, both for Vidit and Dubov, just in case.
There you go. Dubov also, I feel that he really understands these kind of positions quite well. They're very double-edged. I have to say, I always like white when I see these positions. The hanging pawns, I naturally gravitate towards understanding things for white a little bit better. Knight e2 and knight a4, we're pressuring c5. Bishop takes f6 becomes an idea. And for black, you're actually looking to maybe advance this pawn. The bishop can develop to b7. You want to support the pawns from behind, but eventually, usually the move that you need is either c4 or d4. You need something with those hanging pawns. The further you advance them up the board, the stronger they become. And this bishop on b2 often gets opposed by bishop e5. And as any professional does, you check on h2 first. Why? Just because. You look like a stronger player when you do.
You do. You get the white king into a slightly worse position than where it was originally after castling. Yeah, it's always these like cute little check to then retreat the bishop. I've always been fond of it. Not that I understand it fully, but it's classy.
Exactly right. Queen c2. More pressure on the pawns that matter. h7, c6. I'm looking at knight to a4. It's a way to exchange bishops, also target this pawn. And I guess maybe a desirable position would be something like knight e2, knight a4. The dark squared bishops trade. We start to invade either d4 or c5 with the knight. And it's just one of those positions where it feels that only white is actually playing for the win until you start to appreciate, okay, black can start to lift some pieces like the rook to e5 and g5, like the queen can slide over, and there are going to be some potential sacrifices to worry about.
Yeah, the white king does have the pawns in front of it, that is as it should, but the pieces are not really there. You would normally have a knight on f3 to help you with your castled king. The bishop could also be on e2, or more of the pieces in the direction of the attack that black is building up. But it's interesting how for Vidit, he's just focused on his deal. The C and D files, the pawns of black that he's trying to control, the squares around them. The c5 square is the one that the white knight really wants to jump to. So he's saying that, okay, yeah, cool, you don't really have enough attack, or it's not fast enough. I'm first with what I'm building here.
Yep. And rook b8, if you want to take control of some of these squares, well, rook b4 is coming as well. And don't be surprised if that rook goes to b4 and all the way over to h4. It does not really have any role on the queen side here. So I do like the idea of rook b4, rook h4, and just hinting at bishop takes h3.
Yeah, that's certainly something that black should be considering here. And the blue arrow appears, meaning that that's the only good move here for black to keep the advantage. Any other move would be at least equal, if not worse. So rook to b4, key idea, as you pointed out, Amon. And of course, it's played. It's on the board now.
I think that Dubov, he's really in a position that he understands very well. It doesn't mean that the position is amazing for black. It was a position that is slightly better for white, but just he understands exactly what his pieces want to do. It's not that they can always make it there, but in this case they can. Rook b8, rook b4, and surprisingly, rook h4 creates that much of a threat, even if the white king moves away. And by the way, we're starting to see why bishop h2 mattered so much. I just think this is easy to underestimate, and perhaps Vidit has done exactly that. Rook b4, advantage for Dubov in one move.
That's just how chess can be so brutal. You make one inaccurate move, and suddenly you're the one trying to fight for survival. Because if the rook makes it to h4, this is a brutal attack that you need to find somehow way to stop. The position will collapse if the rook appears on h4, and the sacrifice on h3 will get to the white king. So what can white do to stop this?
Yeah, I think that after rook b4, there's nothing specific, like there's no playing f4 to try to prevent rook h4 that seems to make sense to me. It's more that we might have to allow this. We might need to move the king, play bishop f1, like try to bring the rook up to d4. So those would be the moves I'm looking at. perhaps the bishop back, perhaps rook d4, try to defend that way. But the reality is that black has made huge achievements here, and the rook going to h4 and even dropping back to h6 is exactly what I think we're going to see from Dubov.
Yeah, he really will be going for that. The blue arrow again. He's screaming that, hey, that's the only good move here. Go, continue your plan.
Yeah, I mean, for Dubov, he knows that. This is a elementary move for Dubov. I mean, the difficult part is understanding that this is the idea, but I think for Dubov, this is second nature. The rook goes, bishop h3 is covered, so it's not an immediate threat right now, but the rook can just kind of sit on h6 if needed. It watches over c6. It puts pressure on the h file. Believe me, if he really, really needs some pressure, or he feels like he's just losing on the queen side, he will play something like rook h6 and g5 g4. Like that can happen in the position. So if white goes queen c3, goes pawn hunting over there, I think we are going to see maximum aggression with knight e4 and with sacrifices.
This is gonna be insane, and this is the tournament leader we are talking about, who you might think maybe he will want to play solid, maybe a draw is a good result, but he's just going all in with that kingside attack, and that is incredible to see. It is paying off. It's truly paying off how he managed to swing the rook over to h4, and now knight g4. Is that happening? You cannot take the knight because of queen h2 checkmate.
I don't know if it's happening. This is just now I'm just throwing pieces because they're not mine, so I can draw these arrows safely. But if G3 happens, I am thinking about something like rook or knight takes E3. What if we go completely crazy? Is that too much? I think the answer might be yes. But if we're even considering those moves, just shows how dangerous the position is getting.
Really dangerous. Dubov here, cozy, and it seems to be the winning setup. He's the tournament leader, the only grandmaster playing from a bed with the cushion, supporting his head at the right angle. Is that what matters here? At what angle you see the board?
Well, he's going for a different vantage point, but however he's looking at the board is definitely the correct one. I think he's got the eyesight trained on h2 right now. Every move that he's made has really improved the pieces, but when you're launching an attack, or we should say even applying pressure on the king side, what you'll find at some point is that you don't have that next move with tempo. It's not always there for you. There is going to be back rank mate if back rank mate issues. If he just lifts every piece up, suddenly it's like, well, hang on, nobody's watching the 8th rank. So you got to be a little bit careful, and we'll see if he manages to keep pieces on the board here.
Yeah, and White is fighting as best as he can with it here with a very important move, offering a trade of knights, because the more pieces you can trade, the less harmful it is around your king. It is a defensive resource, a very important one to trade pieces, especially a piece like this knight on e4, which is a monster. You need to get rid of it.
I'm surprised by this move. It feels like a bit of an achievement to play knight takes e4. But overall, this is not a dangerous position for black. Like, you will put the rook on b4, the king might come to d6. There's a4 to get rid of your weakness. However, I thought that he would want to keep a little bit more action on the board there. And I think Vidit's pretty happy to trade those queens off.
He is. He is, and now the game is back to even. So, as exciting as it was to see that Dubo was building up this really powerful attack, he didn't
Yep.
find the most precise way to continue it and to keep that tension on the board. We could go back to the bird's eye view for a moment now that this game is closer to equality, and see what else is happening in this crucial round of the Chess.com Open. Dubov is our tournament leader, but we have a pack chasing him, including Caruana. And Move Ahead. Move Ahead is winning again.
Yep.
He's been absolutely crushing it today.
Has been doing really, really well on 5 points currently against Aravind right now. And it seems as though black has maybe, one attempt, rook h8, rook h2, but white always has rook h1 in that case. So far, I think we can be pretty impressed with the technique shown. Knight to d6 or b6, both moves look like they work.
Yeah, this is incredible. By the way, Amon, did you know how old, or that is how young Sina Move Ahead is? Because I knew he's young, but he's only 15.
Yeah, that's
He's
incredible.
only 15.
No, I don't think I could have told you exactly that, which only serves to make his performances that much more impressive. We're almost numb to success at younger and younger ages that the chess players are showing us because we just see it so much. And he is going to win by resignation. Notice 30 seconds to 3.5 minutes. There was no chance for Arvin. The rook is trapped in front of that pawn, and up to 6 points is Sina Move Ahead. That is an incredible score to be on, and we'll wait and see the final standings after this round. But let's stick to the games in progress. Wesley So is in a winning position, not in a winning position, excuse me. He's in a winning position according to the clock. I think that White
Oh
should win
gosh.
this game if you factor in the clock, but not a good position on the board.
No, he's actually in a lost position, but Black will not have even enough time. There is no increment. And so 11 seconds is all that Der Sahrayan has here to win. He has to win by checkmate in
Pretty
11
much, yep.
seconds.
That's exactly right. Rook G1 is a great move, but I just don't know if it's enough to force things. There's a lot of checks to deal with as well. Queen H8, Queen D8. Wesley can take his time, find the path that has the most checks in it, the most annoying. But I think Queen H8 looks like a pretty good move to start with.
It does, and the more moves you make that are checks or in a way forcing the opponent to react, the better. Wesley is taking his time. Of course, he can with 2 minutes on the clock. It's uh, it's what he has as his advantage, and just trying to figure out how not to get into too much trouble. He does give the check, takes on h2, and his king is escaping from the checks. I guess Black could go for perpetual. You could go for threefold repetition, force a draw.
Yeah, well, he absolutely will. 6.5 seconds. Wesley, I'm not sure if he anticipated Queen C5 properly because normally offering a repetition like this is not the type of thing you'd want to allow.
Yeah, he might have missed that Black is forcing a draw here because even though Black's position is winning, but Black has no time to win it, so you may as well get the draw before the time runs out.
That's right. Queen takes A4. Now Black is probably in a much more winning position. Knight B3, Queen
Ooh.
B4.
But
Oh,
only two
2
seconds. He's
seconds
gonna
though.
flag. He's gonna flag. So he managed to dodge the checks. Wesley, he's in a lost position, but the opponent has no time to finish the game. Oh gosh.
Yep, and nothing really matters anymore because there's no forced mate, and that is a win for Wesley. Remember, we saw
Wow.
the early slip up from Wesley So, and he is going to win this to try to bounce back in the event. Fabi against Artemiev up there near the top. Definitely have to pay attention to this ensuing time scramble. Fabi's up 25 seconds and a pawn and looking to win.
Whoa! And the bird just jumping like crazy. What has happened there?
There was actually a really cool variation involving knight a5, knight b7, knight d8, all forced. That has not happened, and unfortunately, everybody's pawns are going to disappear here, which usually means significantly less winning chances.
Yeah, and when it comes to the time, it is. I mean, Fabi does have chances to flag his opponent. It is some advantage on the clock. Maybe we gotta factor that in now as the main decisive factor in a way because White is down a pawn but has more time.
That's right. I think that Artemiev has displayed so far that he's really, really good at playing with low time. The king's going to get to g5 here. This is looking like, I mean, the h-pawn will be a distraction. I think that only Black can win this game here.
Yeah, and if that H pawn is a distraction, then it usually will mean
Oh my
that the
goodness, and
rest of
that's a
the
win on the spot.
pawns. Oh gosh, Fabiano blundered with knight g4 there, but it was already probably hard to
I'm
stop the
actually
pawn.
just gonna go. I'm just gonna go briefly back because Fabi is super upset about that, and the reason I'm going back is because he's up a pawn. There's knight a5 in this position. The king will have to go somewhere that allows another check. no matter what square you choose, c6 and c4 both allow a fork to win the bishop. He could have won the game with a forced sequence here. He was also up 30 seconds. So for him to go and lose that game is incredibly frustrating. Fabi has done the unthinkable. He's lost game after game, and after being right at the top of the table, now he's fallen to 5 out of 7.
That is so painful for Fabiano Caruana to go from tournament leader, only player on 5 out of 5, and he still has 5 points because he has gone on a losing streak. And especially with what you pointed out, Amon, that he had a winning sequence in a pawn-up endgame that he ended up losing with more time on the clock, winning position. This is going to be really difficult for Fabiano to forget, and he needs to forget it for this tournament and also for the candidates. There's a lot happening in spring, and we will continue with this event, but we go for a short break. You do not go anywhere because everything is on the line. And I also need to tell you about Chess Up because it's the only time I managed to beat Amon. And I got to play Amon on a Chess Up board. You need to try your hand at it and use the customizable odds, the AI assistance. I just love how many features this board has. We have a 10% discount with the code CHESS at playchessup.com, and you can also use !ChessUp in the chat to unlock this offer. Make sure to do so. This was the best game of my life against Amon, thanks to the Chess Up board that helped me win. I don't need anymore my lipstick engine. I have Chess Up on my side, Amon.
Yeah, that was bad memories there, but it's nice to see that Chess.com has set you and I up on the broadcast so that you could keep reminiscing about that in front of me. That's nice of them.
Thank you to Chess.com. I will always do it. Amon, rubbing some salt in that wound and getting everyone try Chess Up out. We'll be back after a short break with the remaining rounds of the Chess.com Open. Do not go anywhere. $250,000 and 3 qualification spots for the Esports World Cup are on the line. We'll be right back.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your Chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on Chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of Chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the Chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
The totem holds the moments that defined champions. Plays that became history. Does absolutely nothing. The old horn! BB's a goal! Across years, across games, across the world. The roar of the crowd. The winning play. The heartbreak. Moments that turned players into champions.
Trying to be feeding through here. He gets broken.
Moments that never fade.
Is it going to be good? Yes, it is. And Wayfall will.
As echoes of the past grow distant, the next chapter begins. a new challenge unfolds. Who will define history? Who will rise above?
Zenni is the official eyewear partner of Chess.com. They have hundreds, no, thousands of affordable frames that you can try on virtually from home and customize to your liking. I personally use their blue light blocking glasses every single day, especially in the afternoon when the workday gets long and I know I'm going to be putting in the extra hours of screen time staring at chess while I lose one bullet game after another. But okay, you might not be losing as many bullet games as me, but you definitely need to protect your eyes just as much as anyone else. So consider heading over to Zenni and use the promo code CHESS to save 15% on any pair of glasses.
Welcome back everyone to the broadcast of the Chess.com Open. This is play-in number 3 already. There is so much at stake. What we are looking at is already round 8 of this incredibly strong competition. The largest open tournament in the world. Prize fund of $250,000 and 3 qualification spots for the Esports World Cup. All the marbles, all the stakes are still there up for grabs. Amon, when we take a look at these final 2 rounds of the event today, what can we say for the chances of the players here on the top boards, and what is the magical number at the end of the day?
Well, we're talking about 7 points at a minimum. There's 2 more rounds, and we have some players on 6 that can easily move up to that score right now. What I'm noticing is that we could have multiple players even on 7.5, which is usually the score that's enough for first place. We have yet to see first place really decided by the tiebreak system, but that could certainly happen. Daniel Dubov against Sina Movahead. I think this matchup, both have 6 points. This could decide everything, because very likely, if we see a winner here, that's probably your first place. Your first place play-in 3 winner.
It will be huge for either of these players. Dubov here with the advantage already. Can we break down the reasons why White's advantage is so much according to the engine already?
Well, I think that the engine is also just a space enjoyer. When White has more space, it will naturally just favor the position. So I wouldn't say we're looking at something that's too significant just yet. I think both the players would still call it fairly double-edged. However, F5 is discouraged by the G4, E4, and bishop on C2. So that's the main way to break free, and it's not really possible to play. Black has a nice knight on C5, but it's a bit temporary. White can always remove it with bishop E3 or knight D3. And I think the real difference is that bishop. The bishop on G7, the knight on G8. These pieces are not in the game. White's going to take, I think, his time here, play B3, could be even rook to B1. And you're seeing the blue arrow is highlighting an incredibly,
Oh,
like, it just won't happen. I
can
haven't
we
seen
show
bishop
it?
H6, but what a cool idea. And that's how good the position was for White. That bishop H6 is even being considered. This is a tactical solution that honestly doesn't make a lot of sense from a human perspective, but it's to grab this loose knight on E2. So Dubov and his opponent here didn't even think about it. But I wonder, is that something that you start to consider with the knight on E2 loose? Otherwise, advantage white here. There's no doubt.
Yeah, and you already highlighted that those are the problem pieces of black, the knight on G8 and the bishop on G7, and this could finally make them disappear. You could trade them in this funky way.
Yeah, I actually think that queen f8 and bishop h6 might be the intention. So it's funny that bishop h6 was playable according to the engine with the queen here, and then black plays queen e8, queen f8 just to do the exact same thing.
Yeah, and the computer says this is no longer that cool of a plan. White is better.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, but it's tough to break through. White also doesn't want to play f4. The diagonal will open for the bishop. So white normally wants to play like king g2, maybe h4, h5. If the bishop goes here, I believe we'll see the move g5, but let's wait and see. Yep,
And indeed has
this
just been
is
played.
powerful.
Oh, look at the king side of black. How sad is that corner with the king stuck, the bishop stuck, the knight stuck, the queen also pretty much stuck.
At least you can now play f5 if you want, or even just f6. Regardless, I think white's very happy with the position. You can consider f4. h5 is a likely move with rook h1 to follow, so a little bit easier to play for Dubov here. I think he's done everything correct so far.
He has, and the opening of the H file will be a really important factor when it comes to building up an attack against the Black King. So, see the move ahead is stepping out of the H file, getting ready for the pawn trade on G6. But White doesn't need to hurry moving either the trade or moving up the pawn one square up. You have both in your hands as options and keep the tension. You can maybe start building up that attack on the H file by bringing the rooks to the H file.
Yeah, rook h1 looks really good. Looks like knight g3 can also be played. Black is in no position to play f6, f5. A4 is also probably not good anymore. So rook h1, rook h3, we could just see the h file being used here. I do not like this position very much for black, but I mean, I guess we could say that the H file is not actually going to be checkmate because of the bishop on G7. But that's probably the nicest thing I can say about Black's position. He's going to force counterplay with C6 because I agree there's not much going on in this position, and he wants to recapture and play knight D4.
Yeah, that's at least something if you get the knight to c6 and to d4. So that would be improvement in black's position. And now it's Dubov's turn to figure out what's the best way to follow. As you mentioned, the g7 bishop at least stops any checkmate patterns on the h file, even if you double rooks as white and then take on g6. So he takes first on g6. Now the H file is fully open, but this is what Aman was highlighting, that as bad as the bishop is on G7, at least it covers the AJ square, so you're not getting checkmated yet. But I'm looking at the H7 square too. If only we could just magically move the queen over the white king.
Yep. That would certainly be nice. It wouldn't be checkmate, but it would be a very nice move. Interesting to allow this capture. It means that there will be no counterplay with knight e6, with knight c6, trying to maintain that pawn there. and queen c8. Very natural. I mean, you want to move the queen so that the king has space to move over. Meanwhile, eyeballing this diagonal and keeping watch over this pawn. But the blue arrow showing up really means that I suspect the move d6
Oh, the
is
knight
the
is
real problem.
trapped. If you
Yep.
take on c5 to get the pawn out of your own pawn's way to then push d6, that knight on e7 has nowhere to go. You could still try to pin that pawn for the time being, but it's not looking good.
Yep, we will see d6 necessary, for example, queen d7. So it's not a immediate win, but after like, even rook d1, like that knight is going to need to eventually move to c8, and then that might give the time to slide over to the h file. So no bishop takes c5 for now. That move is very specific. This is not a move that you just play generally. So Dubov would have to be assuming that there's a winning idea. He wouldn't want to normally play this move.
Yeah, and that's the reason why he missed it. He might have noticed it now. At least there's some kind of a self-talk going on and considering other options. He's going for the natural move of preparing to bring his next rook, the second rook, onto the h5, doubling rooks on in that way. It's not going to be checkmate yet with the bishop on g7, but if you can also get the queen, get all your heavy pieces, all three, onto the h file, then you're
That's right.
threatening checkmate.
I mean, the only real threat is rook h1, king g1, and queen h2. Then we are making a threat that matters. The question is, can we actually do that in time? I don't know. This is something that I think Dubov's playing just with instinct. He says, yep, let me just double the rooks, make the threat, let my opponent calculate it. And I wonder if we're going to see a knight f5 move, or if, that's going to take 1, 2, 3 moves. What can black do in the meantime?
Good question. Good question. And all the answers are on the queen side for black. Is there any way you can get those rooks involved, whether it's pushing a4 in the right moment or if the rook can somehow swing over? I'm looking at rook b4, but I don't know where it's going next. Everything seems to be guarded by white
We've seen this
pieces.
idea from Dubov before, but
Yeah.
less effective here.
Not easy. Black could also try to attack the d5 pawn with more pieces, like the queen, to try to grab that pawn. a4 is being played now, but white doesn't necessarily need to react to it. Although I
Yeah,
guess if you don't react, you can at least open the a file.
I agree. Yeah, it looks pretty scary. I think b4 is the move that you normally want to play against this move. So yeah, he's probably going to play it here. But the reason that black did that, I suspect, is that now knight b6 comes with knight c4, comes with knight d5. There are things that need answers here. White would love to play a3, play bishop e4, all the slow, beautiful moves in the position. But rook h3 started a little bit of an all-in idea with rook h1 and queen h2. So which plan is Dubov going to go for?
Yeah, that is a big question here. By the way, while we are analyzing this game, I'm just looking at the bird's eye view and seeing so many other games and boards on fire. There is a lot to unpack here. This is round 8, the penultimate round, and so many of these grandmasters are fighting for the qualification spot. Many of them still with a good chance, but the Wesley, we have said how he played in the playoffs of the previous play-ins Amman, but he might not make it this time because he seems to be completely lost against Vidit.
Yep. No, I think I was even looking at like potentially queen b4 check, but queen b7. You can pick up material here. You can also play even a weird move like queen b3. All I want to do is give myself a tempo to play rook f6. Rook f6 looks like a very strong move, but just don't have the time to play it yet.
Yeah, it seems like it's not yet. So Vidit goes for the queen check, queen b4. There aren't too many options for black. The king had to stay onto holding onto that rook on f8. So c5 is played instead of moving the king, and now check from h4 as well.
Yep,
Oh,
queen
that's a
a4 is
beautiful
coming.
pattern, Aman. And it's pretty forced because it's either e8 or d7, but both of them are on the same diagonal, stepping into the queen check. g5 at least deviates the queen from the fourth rank, gives up a pawn, but you are saving your rook for now.
This is dead lost. I mean, The calculation with queen b4, queen h4, queen a4 using the entire chessboard, very well done. Forced g5, but now I was talking about getting rook f6. You did it claiming an extra pawn and with tempo and with e6 coming next. I do not see what black is supposed to do about the move e6. It kind of looks like it just wins on the next move.
Yeah, e6, but it is just double, triple checking, I think, to make sure because it's such a crucial game for him. He will move on to 6.5 points if he beats Wesley. So, and he seems to be just moments away from that resignation. E6 to open up the e5 and win the queen on e7. Is there anything that can backfire? Are there any final tricks that Black has, Amon?
I'm sure there will be. One thing that's really nice is that rook c1 check is covered by the queen. It's actually really helpful. But with d5 falling, no. I realistically, there's nothing here. I think Wesley is actually moments away from resignation. That rook will probably get picked off by some sort of fork, and we can continue to take pawns in this position. So this is completely lost. Vidit moving up to 6.5 points puts himself in an incredible spot. And just again, disaster striking for Wesley. He made it to the second, third place match in the previous play-ins, but this time I don't think he's going to make it there. He's 5 out of 7 already after the early loss. It's not going to be enough.
It's not gonna be enough. And since you said disaster striking, something happened on board one and it's already over. So we can just sum up what that Daniel Dubov had a promising position, playing it for a win, but somehow it's not only that he missed his chance and ruined his advantage. Apparently, Move Ahead has completely turned the tables and is now the sole leader with one round to go. He's
Yeah,
15 years old only.
that's incredible. It all turned around there out of nowhere, it seemed. That was, we thought, Dubov just casually walking towards not just a victory, but, at least a solid position. But for it to just end the opposite result that quickly, amazing. And what a moment for Sina, who jumps into the lead. But we'll see who is actually going to be at the top of the table going into the very last round. Fabiano Caruana, I was eyeballing this game before we got here. He was actually in a worse position a couple of moves ago, but now queen queen to the d2 square. Yeah, the rook took on g5, so white went all in on this attack, thinking that there might be some sort of way to get the queen to a5, but queen d2 defense, looking for a queen trade. I think that move was missed.
It seems to be what was missed indeed. And now the king just goes back to BA. The knight is guarding the AA squared. Crucial. That's why those double rooks are not doing more damage to the black king and everything is guarded.
Exactly. The knight on c7, super helpful here. And the extra piece for Fabi, I mean, as long as he does not, remember, he was up a pawn, up time, did not win against Artemiev. In fact, lost. This will be a nightmare if it happens again.
Yeah, it cannot happen again to Fabi. He's already on a 2-game losing streak. He was the only player on a 100% score with 5 out of 5, and he still has 5 points 2 rounds later. I think in this game, by the way, it was so much ups and downs and roller coaster that he was in a somewhat losing position earlier, but that's no longer the case, at least. And that's how chess works, especially with shorter time controls. He had winning positions that he lost. He might have had now losing position that he may be winning. Yep. Fortune just goes back and forth, and Kaisa now is more on his side.
So if queen b1, which is the only move I can see to keep things connected here, the question is, can bishop d3 happen in order to just trade more pieces? That looks very tempting. There's lots of good moves here, so it's not the only one, but bishop d3 does trade things.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, to go for the trade of the bishops as well. Now with queen e1, you could still play bishop to d3, but yeah, Fabi is just very pragmatic and says, why not grab a pawn if it's free?
Yep, exactly right. Trying to put the queen in front here, but yeah, there's just not going to be a threat there in that position. So Let's see here. Well, I said no threat, but that's because the queen was on d4. Now things are slightly different, but it's all about time here. 30 seconds. Who can hold their nerves better?
This is all about the nerves here, as you said, because there is no increment. It's a 10-minute game with no increment. So even if you're in a lost position, or even if you're in a dubious
This is crazy.
situation, yeah, the things are happening so fast. And now with Rook A7, honestly, it's suddenly a lot harder for Fabiano to make
You can
the
lose
right
this. After
moves.
queen h5, there's no direct checkmate. He's actually in a worse position now.
Ooh,
After
when he's losing his
oh my
queen with this
goodness.
tactical pattern. 16 seconds left for both players.
That pawn is defended as well. White has the queen, which is the trickier piece, and he
Is
should
he
play
gonna
for the win.
repeat? He's not
No, he'll
repeating.
definitely play for the win here. Fabi's not known as the best time scrambler.
8 seconds for both of them.
White has to start moving a pawn. There's no
Six
check
seconds.
to the black king. That's going to change. 3 seconds apiece. I think the advantage is with white here. Fabi's
Oh
gone
gosh,
for a
he's losing
sack.
on time. Theodore is losing on time.
Oh my goodness. Fabi starts throwing pieces at the wall and seeing what sticks. And that is a critical win. If Fabi can win the next one, move up to 7. I'm not saying that's enough, but it might be a chance.
What a roller coaster game this has been. From the very beginning, basically. Both of them with the winning and losing positions. And then eventually time pressure decided, goodness me, what we see. This is after round 8. One grandmaster standing out in the field. His name is seen a move ahead, and he has seen more than a move ahead in his games because he is only 15 years old and he's leading the tournament with 1 round to go. So there's a tie for the second place at the moment, Artemiev and Vidit, and on 6 points, a bunch of other grandmasters who may still be able to grab a qualification spot. The top 2 matter, and there will be a playoff for the second place. So second and third will play a mini match while the first place qualifies directly.
Yeah, I think it's quite possible that Sina, especially with the white pieces here, a draw may be sufficient. It would go down to tie breaks, but no doubt he should have some of the best. But if he wants to guarantee it, it is worth so much more than that second, third, where you might not get in at all. Then he'll need the win. And he's up right now against Artemiev at 6.5 points. And Fabi does appear to have the best tie breaks of anyone that has 6 points currently that could move up to 7. So those are going to be the storylines we're watching. But truthfully, there are a number of players, including on. Maybe we can also take a look at some of the other boards just briefly in the opening. Introduce some names here. Maximovic has 6 points out of 8. We're talking about a 2,500 GM here in the final stages of this event. This is an absolutely unbelievable performance. A win here, putting herself on 7 points. He could qualify, but of course, he'll have to take out Nihal, who honestly has looked a little bit shaky in the event.
He has had some dubious games, but then turned the tables around. And ever since he managed to turn that game, I think it's been a winning streak and a very promising streak for the Indian Grandmaster. But you are right. There's so many Grandmasters here who wouldn't be the top favorites, but they are doing incredible, and they still have a chance to make it to the very top and qualify to the playoffs.
Yes, right. Dubov is playing Truongson, I believe, which means that Vidit and Fabi are matched up against one another, 6.5 and 6 points. Vidit with the position that he's in at 6.5, a draw is not the worst result, but for Fabi, a draw is the worst result. So we're watching a game where Fabiano Caruana, he brutally flagged his opponent in the last game from a worse position after being up a piece. He's got to make that count for something because he'll need to win this game if he wants any chance at potential qualification.
Yeah, and he knows it. He knows that he started this tournament great, 5 out of 5, sole leader, but then he went on a 2-game losing streak that almost turned into a 3-game losing streak with that game that you
Right.
highlighted, Amon. So the tables turned for him. He managed to win on time, part of the game. But can he do it again? He needs a win to have a chance at the qualification to the playoffs of the Chess.com Open, and it's so much at stake. We have already mentioned, but it's, I think, never enough to say $250,000 as a prize fund and 3 qualification spots overall for the Esports World Cup taking place this summer, which is a huge deal for all of the players competing today. That's why you see Fabiano playing him. He's got the candidates to focus on. He needs to also try to win that tournament. But today he has the Chess.com Open, which honestly uh, is not the same format, but it has a higher price fund. And if you are at the Esports World Cup and if you're representing an esports team, now that is a huge career deal. It's not a one tournament thing.
Exactly right. Fabi already signed to a esports org. That's of course the same as Magnus Carlsen, Team Liquid, and no doubt looking to make his way back. It feels that Fabi is the kind of player on that overall leaderboard that will find his way there one way or another. But it's nice to have things guaranteed. And as we talked about, this is a sort of direct qualifier. You don't have anything else to think about, and for now, Fabi does not have a chance really at that first place spot. That would be very unlikely, but second and third still on the cards. But he'll have to take out Vidit, who's having an amazing tournament thus far. 6.5. A win here for Vidit could even jump him all the way up to first place. So Vidit has a lot to play for. He's comfortable with a draw, but a win could actually win the whole event for him. And Fabi will at some point have to go all out.
Yeah, this is so true that for both of them a win is huge, and the draw for Vidit possibly a good result, but not the greatest when it comes to his tie breaks. Perhaps what I'm also seeing, Amon, on the bird's eye view is that there's a game that's blowing up on board 3 between Nihal Sarin and Maximovic, and it's looking not very promising for the Black King and the survival chances when it comes to a castled king with an open file. A rook already is on that open file. White hasn't castled, but it is the Black King that is the target.
Yeah, we can see that Queen h2 is an idea, but the truth is it's pretty well met by Queen f6, where the knight and the queen cover the 2 checkmating squares. So I think this position is probably also going to involve a potential sacrifice. I don't know if Queen h2 here, we might see Queen e5, but White would love to involve the rest of the pieces. It just feels like we need to castle. Maybe we need to bring the knight in. We might see knight f5 sacrifice. We might see the rooks double on the h file, but black is going for dark square control, trying to put pieces on e5. So we'll see knight d7, knight e5 potentially, maybe f6, queen g7. I think black's position long term will look good, but for the moment is in trouble.
Yeah, it's looking troublesome. And as you said, even if it's not an immediate checkmate attack because of the Black Queen being able to guard the crucial square in the corner, it still is the space advantage for White and the undeveloped pieces. If we look at all the Queen side for Black, all the pieces that are still sitting on the bench, not usually a good sign. At the same time, White also needs to bring his pieces into the game. Castling is only really an option for going to the queen side if you want this safe-ish king, which at least would help bring the other rook into the game as well.
Yeah, there's another idea, which is like knight b5. You have knight c7 and knight d6 as a threat. And yeah, you're kind of offering your own e-pawn, but there's a lot of ways you can make that position work. Like queen takes e4. You can just trade and play knight c7. Knight takes e4. Queen h6 might just lead to checkmate. So even the d-pawn is quite weak. I could see rook d8 potentially being met with that similar idea of, well, what about queen h2? And I think that might be what Nihal's going for. Now, if you move the queen to try to cover mate, knight c7 could be an issue. So I feel that Nihal's, I mean, this is actually given a miss by the computer, but I feel that he's calculating something like this. He's trying to basically punish the opening right away.
Makes perfect sense, and it does look like White should have something. So he's going for the most concrete approach. I wonder why the computer gives it a miss. What's wrong with this move?
Nothing wrong with this move, probably just better available. Could maybe do it in a different order or could save this idea for later. But those are the nuances I feel that engines understand quite well, is when you can pause a good looking move and save it for later. Because if white castled maybe instead of this and black played a6 to prevent it, then probably white could execute a different plan with even more devastating effect. But those are obviously situations that I feel engines are quite good at, and us humans still struggle to identify. And we can see the blue arrow indicating queen h2, and Nihal looking to move up to 7 points and doing a good job of it so far. I continue to be drawn to that top board. Maybe we can look at Sina versus Artemiev.
Absolutely.
This is 6.5 and 7. Artemiev also absolutely everything to play for, because 7.5 points can be first place, and he's playing the leader. So he's playing the exact person he wants to be. It's all in his control going into this final round here.
Yeah, I'm just still so impressed with how Cinemuva has competed today. Only 15 years old, and he's our sole leader of the tournament, with an advantage here in this game. So he possibly is going for what you said, Aman. No need to play for a draw. Just get the win. Be sole first spot, no playoff. And yeah, he makes it look easy. He makes it look easy to take down grandmaster after grandmaster.
I agree. Queen d2 is a really nice move here, and also not that difficult to play. You just want to apply all the pressure on the d pawn. Queen d2 also watches the b pawn, so it all comes with tempo. It's also possible to think about bishop e5 to undermine, but walking into rook e8 does not look great. Knight e4 is the move that I think he won't be that excited by, but there are a couple options. The first one is, does knight takes d5 work? And then the second one is just knight takes on e4 and a move like rook d7. You got queen d5 as a follow-up there. All of these variations look good, and that's why the engine is favoring white's position. He looks to be in a great spot to secure a draw, probably enough for first, and an even better chance at securing a win.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Artemiev. And when you look at it from Black's perspective and what would be giving practical chance, like what's the way to stay in the game with the best practical chances, Amon? How do you approach it? Also, by the way, the time situation is not promising either.
Yeah, you talk about practical chances. I immediately looked at the clock, because that will
No
be your
chance for
best chance
flagging.
in a bad position. But no, as you pointed out, it is not favorable either. You could try to defend with rook d8. I believe we're going to see bishop e5 just to add the pressure, undermine the defense of the d pawn. So we might be simply looking at a position where you just have to let that go. I'm not even that scared of perhaps losing this pawn. It's also bishop e5 as a potential follow-up. Bishop e3, it's losing the other pawns as well. So it does go with rook d8. I mentioned bishop e5 and the blue arrow confirming that is a key move here.
And again, it's not the most difficult move. It's logical. You are trying to
Yep.
undermine the defense of the pawn on d5. The knight is guarding it, so we are attacking the knight.
Exactly. Bishop e7. Just go ahead and take on f6, followed by taking on d5. Knight e4 is no longer even playable due to the pin, so that's just not available anymore. I think we have to start considering all the ways that you just simply give up material, but Artemiev, he's been down on time and always seems to make a comeback with low time. However, this situation has to be different, because more than almost 3-4 minutes down on the clock, not to mention a worse position. I think Sina is looking to move to 8 points out of 9, which would be easily the best score that we've seen in any play-in.
It's Just absolutely incredible. Only 15 years old, and he is giving a masterclass to his lot more experienced and higher rated opponents. What a tournament for Sinamova ahead. Still the best name in chess, and he really has been proving why this name is so cool.
Yeah, f2 is not really threatened here. I'm trying to play moves like bishop c3. I think that's probably one of the better moves, but bishop d4 might officially be the best move if you just think about the whole situation that Cena finds himself in, where he's in first place. He doesn't need to take risks. He's up a ton of time on the clock. Objectively, that gave away some of his advantage, but I think we can appreciate that it simplified things to a place where only he can win.
And that's what he needs. You're right that it's no longer about whether he finds the best moves. It's being practical, keeping it simple, and he can improve his position slowly and steadily. He's got so much time advantage, like so much. How does he do it?
Yeah, no, he's earned the time advantage as well because he's basically played higher quality moves quicker, which is really hard to do.
He continues playing really well. Might not always be the best move according to the computer. Like right now, the engine is criticizing this rook move, but it's nothing that would be a blunder. It's not a terrible thing. He's up a pawn. He's just slowly but surely making improvements to his position. With 4 minutes and 42 seconds against 1 minute and 10 seconds, he could literally do anything. He doesn't need to win on the board. He could just continue playing this rook endgame for another 100 moves.
Yeah, and that's why he's done this. I know that the engine eval has basically completely dropped, but there's also a practical element here. I think he's going to try to. Oh, I'm very surprised by this.
What?
He's
Wait. He
hoping that his tie breaks are enough here, Anna, and we'll see if he's correct.
he had so much time. Like I thought he just
I
wanted to flag his opponent.
I
What?
don't agree with that, but you know what? He's very likely to have the best tie breaks, and also Vidit will need to beat Fabi with black. So if that doesn't happen, there's really no calculations at all. And maybe he even was watching this game and said, I trust that Fabi won't lose this one. But let's see. Anything can happen, especially with Fabi in time scrambles. We've seen some crazy ones so far.
We have. I'm still in shock that that game ended in a draw. I thought maybe he accidentally repeated moves or how. Like, why would you offer a draw? But
Yeah, I agree. I don't like that decision. Up that much time, up a pawn doesn't make any sense to me. But he made it that far in the tournament, and I don't think that he's going to change maybe his approach. So let's see if it works out for him.
yeah, and of course, as you said, it still is a really good chance for Cinemuva to be the sole winner of the tournament. It's 7.5 points because it's only Vidit here who needs a win who could catch him. So, as you said, to take down Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces in this position that seems to be slightly worse for black, um, yeah, not the highest probability.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't mind a move like a4 just to anchor the knight on b5 as an idea. Queen e7 to trade queens, also reasonable, but the problem is you're not actually threatening this pawn until you use your other knight. So if the queens trade, we might see knight over to g4 in order to pressure that h pawn. It's unclear to me how to make progress, though, if black, for example, is just kind of shuffling.
Yeah, that is a good point. And draw is not a disaster for Vidit, but it is a disaster for Fabiano.
Yep, that's correct. And every other board is still in progress, but Vidit, I think the reason that this one is so key is that first place is still on the line here in this one.
Yeah, he's the only one who can catch Cine move ahead, and then it will come down to who has the better tie breaks.
I think that this move is trying to play perhaps bishop takes knight and maybe knight G5. Otherwise, the move is definitely a little bit peculiar. Why he felt that he needed to do it, for example.
Yeah, the computer is not liking it, but from a human perspective, I think what you were explaining with the knight coming to g5, it makes sense, and maybe that's why Fabi is not interested in the pawn. He just pushes the pawn to take the g5 square away from the black knight.
Yeah, the knight can't move anywhere, though. It's, I mean, the only idea I was going to say is knight c6 to d4, but that's going to cost you the h-pawn, and that bishop is not part of the game. I think Fabi, if the queens trade, the knight goes to f6, and I think the pawn goes all the way.
Yeah, I think that's a very nice looking plan, Amon. I would
Oh, this is the
definitely
win.
want to see that board, that pawn marching up the board, and black can't really do anything about it. Like, how do you poke white? How do you get to the king? How do you create some chances?
I don't know, but this, at least for Vidit, will have some kind of trickery here. The knight and the pawn are hit. Queen e2, I feel, is very likely. But in comes knight d4. There's going to be something to be concerned about here. And if you move that h-pawn, you also expose the h-file. So this is not going to be as easy as Fabi wanted, but definitely an advantage. And we have another time scramble.
Of course. And that's what we love about this format. 10-minute games, no increment. It starts as, oh, wait a second, pushing the pawn was apparently not the right way for Fabi. He no longer has an advantage.
He no longer has a knight.
He
Knight
blundered
c3, queen
his
h4.
knight.
He might still be doing fine here, but this is absolutely not what he wanted. Queen e4 looks like the move. Those pawns should beat the knight. Queen f5?
He only has 18 seconds left. Fabiano blundering his knight and now is lower on the clock.
Oh my goodness, that's a hanging knight.
And is not taken.
It's just completely hanging.
What is going on?
This is a very difficult position to navigate. Black
9
cannot trade
seconds.
queens.
Black cannot, and he should keep it as fast as possible to keep the time advantage.
Oh, he has to move. You gotta move here. Knight d5 is a
5
threat.
seconds against 5. Anyone
Fabi,
can still flag.
there's checkmate. There's checkmate on h3. Very good stuff from Fabi.
But he ran out of time. Who is losing now? With 1 second, Vidit, Fabi.
Oh my goodness,
What?
it was that close. Oh no, Vidit was that close to tying for first and minimum being involved in the tiebreak game, if not winning outright. Fabi is also making a very strong case with the results we've seen to be included, and we can see the final standings here. Sina move ahead, first place secured because of that result we just saw. Vidit could not beat Fabiano in that time scramble. Sina with a very deserved first place, 7.5 points, and Fabiano with the best tiebreaks as the previous leader of the tournament. It looks like he's going to be up against Daniel Dubov. Remember, Anna, Artemiev and Nihal, despite the 7 points, they just won't be included in that second, third place tiebreak. That is the format, and I mean, it is unforgiving at times, but that's what it looks like.
It's so unforgiving. I still cannot believe what we witnessed in that game between Fabiano Caruana and Vidit and how it ended. Anyone could have won that game. Fabi had 1.3 seconds at the end of the game. But I was telling you, Aman, I saw Vidit being quite sleepy and he does need some neuro. And we do have an incredible offer for you guys that is just for our community. If you use the exclamation mark BOGO, because of the buy one get one free offer by Neurogums and Miz. This is a 54-piece energy and focus pack. I have been using Neuro ever since I got a pack at the Speed Chess Championship in London, and I am so fond of both the one with caffeine and without. I feel like it truly helps my focus, and these broadcasts need a lot of energy, but for the players, they really should know better. You know, you cannot be sleepy, you cannot be lacking energy when everything is on the line. And if you want to lock in and make sure that you also have good energy throughout the day, make sure to use this offer that, as I said, is the biggest discount that Neuro has ever released, and it's exclusively for our community for the first 500 people. So you gotta be in the first 500 spots if you want to use their buy one get one free offer. Go to go.chess.com/bogo to take advantage of this one unique opportunity for the buy one get one free. I am going on a break because I need more energy, but when we are back, we will have the winner of today's event with us for an interview, who will choose his opponent live on air in the playoffs, as well as a mini match between Fabiano Caruana and Daniel Dubois for the one remaining qualification spot. So don't go anywhere. Everything is still up for grabs. So much at stake here.
Generally, education itself is, I think, one of the nicest things in our everyday life and for humans. At the same time, obviously, it's very difficult and very challenging, because my parents are teachers, so for them it was their work also. So they made an experiment, as my father used to say, that he believed that with a lot of work, with dedication, with focusing, specializing, it means that that's the way for happiness and being successful. At the same time, of course, everyone has to understand that it depends who you are as a parent. First of all, you have to be very much be supportive of each other, the husband and wife. And after that, if you're on the same page all the time, not today, tomorrow, but every week, 365 days a year, and for decades, that's already a good start. And then you can go from there to support in a special way, like unusual way of making them growing up, and focusing on supporting to be for them a sport person, being a chess player, being a mathematician, being whatever, but really focusing on that. I think if the parents have that dedication, that they are ready to give up their own job, their own holidays, their own ambitions, then of course it's a beautiful job, I think, or it can be being supportive on a sport child, let's say. Because whether you're making chess or swimming or any specific sport or area, it means that you're giving up your weekends, you're giving up many of your time because the kid has to be going there. And it means that you transform yourself supporting. I mean, it's not only my case, but also you see the Indian kids, for example, with the world champion Gukesh. His father is there all the time. Or Magnus Carlsen, his family was always there behind him from a very young age. So I would say that for parents who think that this is easy, it's not easy, but it's a very special lifestyle for them as well. And if they understand that, then it can be a beautiful journey.
Can you try and put on this body?
Right, what is that? That's a, oh, I hate poppers.
I'm gonna try to do this properly, but I'm gonna do a very, very poor job. You always wanna hold the neck.
Wait, hang on. If I started?
Put this down here, put this down here, put the head back down.
Just violently shoving the baby onto the table. Have we started? Are we okay?
Doing this very, very slowly, of course.
Oh my goodness, get in!
This is easier
on an actual human. What am I doing? Did something wrong here, apparently.
Ooh, sorry.
And I'll just say this is close enough, even though I missed something. There we go.
Okay, pretty good job.
Done. What? It's longer than your legs, man. What's going on here?
For this one, we just want you to put the baby inside the blanket, safe and secure way.
I'm gonna be honest with swaddling. I've never really done it. I've done it with Velcro ones, thanks to Amazon. I don't remember the order. How do I do this?
Baby burrito. We're good here. I think I remember.
Is this up? I think you're supposed to put one. I'm trying to remember the order. I don't remember the order.
I think I remember, and I probably don't, but we'll give this a go.
I actually don't know how to do it, so I'm trying to put the baby in something that resembles something acceptable, but it's not anywhere near appropriate. Put this upside like this. It's not very good, but it'll have to do for now.
There's something you're supposed to do with the bottom to keep it.
Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of our coverage of the Chess.com Open today. This was the third, and still is, to be fair, the third edition of the play-ins. We already have a winner, a champion to crown today. Thank you so much for joining me, Sina, and congratulations on an incredible, absolutely convincing event where you, as a 15-year-old grandmaster, have taken down tough opponents, higher rated opponents, really established names, one after the other. How do you feel? What are your first thoughts after winning the event and qualifying to the playoffs?
Yeah, I feel great. Generally, I played in the previous planes, and it's usually very tough to qualify and finish in top 3. At least you have to beat 4 or 5 super GMs, which is very tough, especially in Rapid. In Blitz, it's possible, but Rapid, they can think and they can play very accurate moves. So yeah, it makes it very hard. Yeah, and I'm very happy to do that.
What has changed since the other 2 play-ins that you have participated in? You were telling me in the break while we were setting up a little bit about that, but I would love to know your thoughts on that experience and having played the previous 2, and what did you feel was really the differentiator, the thing that made it work out today for you?
Yeah, I think the difference between the previous planes was that in the first plane I played very well. I wasn't lucky, but I played very well. And this time I played good enough, and I was very lucky. For example, in the penultimate round, I think you saw it as Dubov blundered a full rook against me, and that was a very confident boost. Yeah, that helped me to just win it.
Yeah, but I think you earned that luck. It's always like that in chess, isn't it? That you work for it, you earn it, you create those chances for yourself, and you also created the chance for yourself today to pick your opponent in the playoffs. We don't have too many names left, but when you look at this, Sina, on who are your potential opponents in the round of 16, we've got Magnus Carlsen waiting for his opponent. We have Arjun Erigaisi, Maxim Vachilagrov, and Javokir Sindarov. What are your thoughts on these 4 players, and who would you like to pick as your opponent?
Yeah, they are all equally strong, but my experience is better against the madman, Arjun. So I will pick Arjun Erigaisi.
That's a great pick, and it's going to be an incredible match. We are so looking forward to it. And I just wanted to say, I've been a fan of your career already for so long. Ever since someone pointed out that you have the coolest name in the chess world, like you literally see a move ahead of everyone, because it just couldn't be better. But I'm gonna stop fangirling and I'm gonna say goodbye to you, because I know it's already late for you. This has been an incredible event to follow with your performance. Congratulations again, and we're gonna be looking forward to seeing your match against Arjun Erigaisi in the playoffs.
Thanks. Have fun and bye.
Thank you very much, everyone. That has been Sina Move Ahead. I still think it is the coolest name in the chess world, and he qualifies to the playoffs to face Arjun Erigaisi. What an event this has been, Amon, but we are not done, because there's one more qualification spot in the round of 16. And we got to break down what this format is with the mini match for that one final spot. It's a 2-game mini match with the same time control we have been seeing so far. 10 minutes, no increment, and in case of a tie, there will be an Armageddon. Only one player will advance to the playoff. Sina Move Ahead is already in the playoffs, facing Arjun Erigaisi. Amon, your thoughts on what we are going to see now for the second place and the players that will be fighting for that spot?
Well, we have the white pieces for both sides. That's what we do. The 2-game mini match. There's no advantage in terms of colors. It's 1 game each with the white pieces and the black pieces. Fabiano has had a rocky road to get here. He had to flag, probably not his favorite way to win that game. He's had advantages slip away. So I think he's had them more up and down. And then Dubov had actually a really smooth tournament, barring that one move blunder against Cena that we just heard about. We knew something went wrong in that game for him. But honestly, I think that Dubov's level has been quite high this event. Fabi started off strong, but then ran into an unfortunate, back-to-back losses in a row. Could have even been 3 in a row. So I feel that Dubov has got to be feeling more overall confident than Fabiano. But as we've seen from some of the previous play-in matches for second and third, if you are the luckier player, sometimes you feel, okay, I got to make the most of this, put that behind me, and let's capitalize on this moment. So I think it's going to be a close one, but Dubov has been playing extremely well so far, and Fabi has to make sure to find that level that he had at the start of the event.
Yeah, speaking of the start of the event, we had Fabiano Caruana, the only player on 100% score after 5 rounds, 5 out of 5. But then, unfortunately for him, he kept the 5 points for the next round as well, with the 2-game losing streak that, as you mentioned, nearly became 3 games. But what we do have right now is 2 really strong grandmasters fighting for the 1 remaining qualification spot of today to the playoffs. Fabiano Caruana against Daniel Dubov. Only one of them will make it through, and this is it. The start of the game with Fabiano having the white pieces in the first game.
Yeah, here we go. This is the matchup. It's the same format in terms of the time. It's 10 minutes. There's no increment, so it's everything that they've been playing so far. It's grueling. You played 9 rounds of 10-minute chess. You have potentially 2 more, potentially another one after that if Armageddon is needed. So let's just see how the energy levels are for the players, because honestly, you do get really fatigued playing this much rapid chess in a row, no less. And I'm also curious to see what openings we're going to get. So far, something relatively, let's say, safe. In the open, I think you take more risks. You need to emerge at the top of the table. But in this short mini match, I actually think we're going to see the players take a relatively risk-averse strategy. And we think back to that game in the event, and I remember Dubov against Fabiano. It was a crushing game from Dubov.
It was, and I agree with you that we're gonna see, and I think we already are seeing a more solid approach because of what this format is, a 2-game mini match. There is no room for any errors in a 2-game match. Definitely good memories for Dubov from already earlier, not long ago, um, against Fabiano. But at the moment, this is a very solid start and somewhat better position for white. Fabi is now developing the rest of his pieces. Very traditional approach, and no risk from either side.
Yeah, I always think that the white and black pieces is very much a little bit like in tennis, holding your serve. If Fabiano draws this game, it's not just a fair result and we go to game number 2. It's probably advantage Dubov, especially because Dubov had the white pieces when he beat Fabiano in their game and beat him convincingly in that variation as well. So I think this is a really important game for Fabiano for obvious reasons, but also because he had a bad experience playing with the black pieces against Dubov in the event. So he'll need to adjust. And he probably wants to at least apply some pressure here, not just make a draw and go to the next game.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a smart strategy now that you're highlighting how that game went and the colors they had in that game. So, certainly, what we're seeing is Fabiano trying in a solid way to get some advantage, to apply some pressure. So, now the pawn is being pushed on the flank to open up the a5 for the white rook. The bishop is moved to e6 to offer a trade of the light squared bishops. Can take back oftentimes even with the pawn as black, but now rook takes, of course, made perfect sense. With the trade of pawns, the a file opens up. It's a slight pressure that Fabi has here.
Yeah, sometimes with white, you will actually see this queen develop a bit abnormally, like queen b1 can support b4, can make its way to a2, c3 to bring the queen to b3 as well. And then on the king side, the move g3 watches over the squares that this knight might want to make use of. Just comparing the pieces here, I think it is fair to say that the bishop for white is a bit better than the counterpart on f8. And perhaps the knights are similar, although after g3, the knight on g6 does not look great. So very, very small, almost more of an optical edge for white than an actual tangible advantage, but certainly the open A file and the control of it with queen A1, queen A2 coming next, I do think it makes most of the players appreciate that white does have a very, very small edge.
Yeah, and that is something. That's how a bigger advantage begins in positions like this. You start with something small and build it up and further up by improving your pieces. So it makes sense that Dubov is offering a rook trade before suddenly there will be 2 or 3 heavy pieces of white on that open file, the only open file in the position.
Yep. Queen A1.
Oh,
Interesting
wait,
that
wait.
it's such a bad move because
Why
is it
so?
D5?
Is it a
Yeah,
blunder?
it
Is
has to
that
be D5.
tactics? The rook swinging over to a6 and the queen is trapped. The white queen is trapped. And Dubov sees it. He pushes d5 immediately. Oh, goodness me. Speak
This
about.
is a really
Oh,
unlike. By the way, Queen A1, the most natural move in the position, the move I was highlighting. Like, I thought Queen A1 would be played maybe instead of Rook A7, but okay, the way that it happened makes perfect sense. It's so unusual that your queen would get trapped in there. And by the way, that's not the threat that matters. It's the fact that D4 also traps the bishop. So you could
oh.
easily save the queen, but it's the combination of D4 and Rook A6. Fabi has just been hit with an absolute tactical shot out of nowhere in E4, E5, symmetrical position. Anna, that is a potentially match-winning tactic.
It is, and we've just been describing how this position is solid, no risk. You just improve your position bit by bit. But Fabi has completely missed the power of this rook on e6, which was hiding behind that d6 pawn and not realizing the potential of the queen getting trapped on a7. As you said, it was such a natural move what he did, guarding his rook to then get the queen onto the a file.
Wow. No, that is really shocking. The move D5 there. And Dubov played it instantly, almost as though he knows it's a possibility. Quite impressive, what we just saw there. And we're seeing some restraint here. The bishop is still trapped. You could even continue with the move like Queen E6, because remember, if you take, you also open up the rook on F7. The B2 pawn you want to capture. We could see rook B4 here. We could see all sorts of slow moves while we wait to find the best moment to capture. So he's going to think about this. He's going to take on B2 because you do not need to capture on E3 just yet.
Yeah, this is very instructive. I'm still thinking about the moment when Fabi played the natural guard my rook, move the queen to the open file. Everything looks so just normal and slightly better for white. But from that position, now he lands in a situation where his opponent doesn't even need to take the piece immediately. As you said, there's nowhere to go for that bishop. He's waiting for the right moment. He will take it once the knight moves away, or if the pawn is being pushed. He will take it when there will be a square available for the bishop. This is
That's right.
it's a 2-game mini match. Amon, you said there's no room for error. That's why there's no risk taken in the openings. But this was not risk. This was just a blunder by Fabiano in a
It was.
very natural position.
Yeah, blunder out of nowhere. Truly, it looks so routine. He would have assumed that he was just recapturing on A7, going to bring the other rook over. D5 was out of nowhere, so really caught him by surprise. And it just kind of reaffirms Dubov's level in this event has been very high. He's definitely been playing well, and it just shows here with the black pieces. He's got white coming up next, but he's got to make sure to convert in a clean way here. The bishop does need to be captured. Maybe you start to think about your rook and maybe extracting it, but the truth is the rook will never be in too much danger on B2.
Yeah, and speaking of like making it clear and converting, I I think it's also just like from Fabio's perspective, the fact that of course he will try to fight on in this game, but I don't think he would give himself much practical chances, would he? So he will try. He will try to make it as
Yeah.
hard as possible for Dubov. But then what's left is that he likely is going down in this game, and then he has the black pieces where he needs to win to tie the score. He will be in a must-win situation with the black pieces. At what point, Amon, do you stop trying? I guess it's probably still early for me to ask here because he has just captured a pawn. He will have a pass pawn, so there's something. But at what point will it become the question of I need to maintain energy because I need to go all in the next game?
Well, the nice thing about playing a lost position is it takes no energy. So I
Good
think
point.
Fabi is happy to toss the queen around, take a couple pawns. Like, you only have things to gain. Your opponent will
Hmm.
be extremely unhappy if they lose this game. So
Yeah,
only good things could happen. I was thinking
true.
about rook a1 with the idea of queen c3 to trap the rook, just in terms of something, a little bit
Mhm.
aggressive.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing I'd be looking to do with white. I assume that it just shouldn't work, and black's playing knight h4 and maybe queen g6. But I feel that those would be the motives I would try to incorporate, and if they don't work, I'm lost anyway. So no big deal.
That is a good point. And now that I'm looking at the moves you're suggesting, it's not that obvious how black is going to get out of that. Like, surely there's a way. Of course, the computer is saying that black's advantage is decisive. But in terms of practical chances, and two grandmasters who are probably already tired, have been playing rapid chess for hours in a really high stakes mini match, I guess in a way, there's still a lot of chances when it comes to the nature of the match and two human beings
Mhm.
facing each other.
Yep, rook a1 played. In terms of a practical chance, I think it makes a lot of sense. Obviously, black can always sack the rook, so it'll never be a position black's too concerned about. But yeah, you start to think about queen c3. It's reassuring that you could tell yourself, okay, there's no way I'm losing this position. It just wouldn't make any sense. So knight h4 and queen g6 was what I was thinking. But yeah, it's not maybe the easy conversion. Like, you should actually take this move seriously, because queen c3 could all of a sudden lead to, if you don't even see the idea and you think the rook on a1 is going for rook a7 or something, then you'll be really shocked.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not exactly the same blunder that we have seen earlier by Fabiano, but same square.
Yeah, bishop g5 to take on e3 looks great, but again, I'm pretty convinced knight h4 followed by queen g6 is the way to handle it. So queen c3, queen g6, g4 I was looking at. But yeah, okay, he'll play king h2. Same idea is still there, but he needs to play some defense first. And queen g6, g3, I believe, is the answer.
That's got to be the answer, and that will kick the knight out of h4. It's still, yeah, it's tense. There's also now somewhat more pressure on Dubo when it comes to the time management. He so far has been quite fast, but I think on these last couple of moves he spent longer than Fabi. So Fabi, with the time advantage, it's still not that close to the very critical time pressure situation, but there is no increment. So this is something.
Yep, and g3, I think we're gonna see maybe queen f6, queen h5 also. But basically, my idea is, let me get to the second rank, right? And so that's
Hmm.
why rook g1 was played, because I think he understands that you cannot weaken the second rank like that. You won't have time to trap and take that rook. So if you have to play rook g1, which is definitely a concession, this is for sure in black's favor here.
And now the rook, at least if Dubo wants it, could go to the a file. Not that he's in a hurry. It's not about to be trapped. He plays
Yep.
bishop g5, as you suggested earlier, to attack the e3 pawn. Very logical.
Yep, bishop takes e3. Basically a winning idea, dislodging the rook and delivering checkmate. The king has an escape square. I think this is very, very comfortable. We're not maybe in resignation territory, but we're absolutely close. Bishop takes e3 is very hard to prevent. You can play queen c5, but you're you're purely defensive at that point. And now I think we can start to say that the advantage is real.
It is. If white is doomed to passive defense with a piece down, that's never good news. Queen f6 is so logical, heading toward f2, which would be crushing, threatening knight f3 check, threatening to take on e3, threatening rook takes c2. The position will collapse once the queen is on f2.
Yep, and of course, queen c3 is not really a move that needs an answer. Queen f2 with knight f3 can simply be the reaction. So, and that actually will be resignation. Yep, on the board. So Daniel Dubov crushing victory from what should never have been a position anyone should get a crushing victory from, but a shot out of nowhere. And we are already in to the next game here, and it just goes that quickly. And Dubov is out to a lead that means Fabi needs to win this next game, and he did not have a great time playing Dubov with the black pieces previously. That's why we're seeing this opening choice by Fabiano.
It makes sense, and oh boy, it's a tough spot to be in. A must-win situation for Fabiano Caruana. He needs to win with the black pieces on demand to make it to an Armageddon and still have a chance to qualify. Daniel Dubov takes that win, which I'm still thinking about the moment when Fabi blundered, because it was such a natural move. It didn't look like there was anything wrong or that anything could ever go wrong for white, but that's how chess is. One mistake and the whole position turned around. When it comes to this opening choice, Aman, so Fabi is playing with the black pieces, needs to play for a win. What are the factors that help here when it comes to that kind of a situation?
Well, it helps he's playing the King's Indian, that's for sure. That's an opening that generates chances just naturally, but it also gives chances, right? It's an opening where you assume more risk in order to have more chances, but that's what Fabi's interested in. 2-0, a 2-0 loss, maybe a better chance of that for a better chance of a 1-1 is exactly where you want to be. This system from Dubov is a system that he's been using throughout the event. It's quite a simple one where you do actually play bishop d3 and bishop c2. So your bishop looks like a bad piece, but it helps play against f5. It helps prevent it. Maybe you can even get things going with f4 yourself. So in a way, I think it's kind of a good system to choose against Fabi, considering that Fabi really needs to play for a win, because I think he's going to have a hard time breaking through. We actually saw Dubov against Sina was a very, very similar position. Black played b5. I'm wondering if we're going to see the same thing here. And yeah, it's almost identical.
It is, and the blue arrow appears. Makes sense to want to trade that pawn before it becomes an issue that black pushes even further. So c takes b5, the bishop takes back. What would be the right follow-up here for Dubov? How do you keep the advantage?
Well, knight takes b5, you definitely have to consider knight takes e4. I don't think it's enough with knight c7 there, but as an in-between move, that one was needing calculation. Knight c3 is there. You can go with f3. We saw in the previous game against Sina, I think Dubov's setup, he knows the positions quite well. He's found himself with white and black in spots where he just knows the structures. Rook b1, f3, knight c3 is always there. He'll probably be perfectly happy to tuck this bishop back. And yeah, I think this is tough to break through. Fabi needs a win. I know why he's playing this opening, but advantage for white so far.
Yeah, and it's a very, very firm long-term advantage with the space advantage. It's not something that is a specific line why white's position is better.
Yep, and that's why we see rook c1. I'm sure that we'll see an idea like rook a b1. I was actually surprised that we didn't see it already, but he must have preferred something there, just because if a4, I assumed we would want to play b4. But in this case, we do have knight c3, so not a concern for now.
From Fabi's perspective, Amon, what are plans? Oh, I see your arrows now. I was gonna ask, like, you need to do something. You need to play this for a win with the black pieces, and you're in a worse position. So what can you do?
Yeah, knight g8 and bishop h6, very similar to what Sina was trying to do with this position with queen e8 and queen f8. So we could actually see queen e8 also to try to execute that idea. Either way, trading dark squared bishops is a clear goal in the position, and the pressure of this bishop hitting the knight is preventing this for the moment. So that's why we saw knight g8 in the previous game where Dubov had white. It's why we're seeing it now. I definitely expect this. For Dubov, at some point you become tempted into a3 and b4, and then he goes for that. But those are the ideas as we expect them. You can't really stop bishop h6. You just have to let it happen. And remember, b4, bishop d3, there's going to be big counterplay.
Yeah, that's coming after b4, which again is a move that white prepares and you see it being prepared, but what can you do about it from black's perspective? It's not something that you can just easily prevent. Moves like knight a6 are very ugly and not efficient to stop anything. So black is simply trying to do what he can on the king side by trading that bishop, improving at least his pieces. The knight on h6 is not the best of knights, but it was needed to trade the bishop.
Yep. No, the knight will need to reposition and it'll take a while. The knight on c5 is great, but it's not permanent. There is b4 at all times. And we also have to remember the rather important detail. Dubov doesn't need to win this game. He's comfortable with a draw. It's all he needs. There's no tie breaks, none of that. It's just a draw, wins the mini match, and we'll put him in that second place spot and that next playoff spot earned.
That is a very good point, Aman, and important. That it's a mini match of 2 games and he already won the first game. So we are not even looking at whether he can convert this. It's about whether he is just not going to lose it, because that's the only result for Fabiano Caruana that will earn him the Armageddon and still leave him with chances. He needs to win a worse position.
Yep, that's exactly right. It is a worse position. Maybe the way that it can become a good position is perhaps trying to trade these knights, but even still, the c pawn is just as weak, if not more weak, than any other pawn in the position. So yes, you can support this knight, but there's always b4. And what I'm noticing is that if you're Dubov here, you don't need to play b4. That's the path forward if you want to push the advantage, but he doesn't need to push the advantage. He kind of just needs to do nothing.
That's a good point because it is then over to Fabi on figuring out how can he make the position more concrete. How can there be something happening? And that's not easy to do with such a closed structure.
Yep, g3. I'm assuming we'll see king g2. White doesn't, yeah, like I said, doesn't really have to do that much. Could think about doubling rooks here, but every piece is kind of placed more or less where I would want it. And this queen can move around to some squares, e3, f2, g5. But the bishop coming back here, opening the c file, discouraging the move c6. I think for black, a move like c6 is how you at least generate some more open lines, but it's really not what you want because you're always going to take and play b4.
Yeah, that's always in the air, and white can choose when it's the best moment to push b4. There's nothing that black can do about it. He simply is bringing the king back to the g file. King to g2 is somewhat safer of a location, guarding the f3 pawn as well. Down the line, if there would be any attacks, it's a very prophylactic move. Wasn't necessary, but why not if you have all the time in the world to improve your position?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, black has c6 and f5. To some degree, maybe g5 as well to open lines, but f5 I think is more reliable. Still, difficult to achieve. It will always open lines to your own king. And as soon as you start moves like this, white immediately has the move b4. So he decides to play it now. The knight moves back. b6 becomes maybe a target square. We might see bishop e2. It supports knight to b5.
Yeah, it is. And now with the knight coming to b5, at least there suddenly will be immediate threats. The pawn on c7 being the target. It's the base of the pawn chain.
Yeah, rook b7, rook b8. One thing I was thinking, I don't know that yeah, maybe not. I was thinking queen e3 to try to play knight a7 on rook b8, but might be unnecessary to give up the second rank when you could, for example, play rook b2 and double up. He's going to challenge the a file, and I do think that Dubov has done everything right. There's a c pawn that is much weaker than a b pawn in this position. White definitely has the pressure.
Yeah, lots of pressure. And again, the match situation, Dubov is not even required to convert this into a win. He just needs to not lose it. So that makes
Yep.
things easier.
I see rook a b8 is met by rook a5 most likely. But also, the idea that I had earlier with queen e3 could be seen again, which is knight a7, and there's no way to stop knight c6. Now, that would be a very powerful piece.
Yeah, what could Black actually do about that? I do like that maneuver a lot.
Okay, I think, well, like I said, f5 is available, but sometimes you even want to consider g5. But one of these moves, you have to feel that if Fabi doesn't play either of them, there's just no hope in the position. He's trying to lock down the queen side, maybe play like knight e8, like just guard c7, and we're going to see things open up on the king side because Fabi doesn't really have anything else he can do.
Yeah, Rook C1 gets a question mark. Not that it's a blunder or anything, but it seems to give away some of the advantage.
Yeah, I think, like I mentioned, Fabi, he's going for knight f6, knight e8 as a permanent defensive pattern. He's going to guard c7 with the knight. Maybe the rook will actually become useful again. Could go to the a file. And once the knight's on e8, you can focus. Your queen doesn't need to stay there. Then suddenly f5, g5 make a bit more sense.
It does, and maybe this is what Fabi needs, that finally there will be some kind of counter chance. He's going back to e8 with the knight. It looks like the computer really wanted Black to play queen to b8 just one move ago to attack the b5 knight, and behind it, the pawn on b4.
Okay, and I think we might be seeing that again. Now queen b8, rook a5 can be played, or of course queen d3. But one other idea white has now is all of a sudden queen a2 and rook a8. Almost every traded piece here is going to help Dubov, getting closer and closer to basically just Black not winning, which is all Dubov needs.
That's indeed what he needs to qualify to the playoffs of the Chess.com Open. This is our mini match for the second place for the one remaining qualification spot of the day. And Daniel Dubov looking good on his way to grab that final spot of the day. Fabiano, he's still trying, and of course he should and he will. I wonder what would be the best way for him to at least keep the game complex. What would be a way, Amon, that white can go wrong?
Well, at some point you probably have to stop playing defense and start pushing pawns, but I understand why he's not doing that yet. You concede something with every one of these pawns that you might push. You know, you move this pawn, suddenly the seventh rank is weaker, but it's time. Like if you don't push these pawns, there is nothing for you in this position with Black. I like the idea of playing g5 because I mean, effectively what you'd like to do, and it's going to take forever, but you'd almost like to move this knight back to h7, maybe to g6 and play h4. That will give you control of some of the dark squares in the position. White is going to take over the queen side as a result, but that's the position you have to go for. You got to abandon the queen side to some degree here.
Yeah, that is probably what's going to happen. The blue arrow, by the way, is showing knight a7 is the one way for white to keep the advantage. Rook a7 is being played instead, and it's no longer an advantageous position for white. That's how quickly things can turn around. Not that it's a blunder, and now the position is equal, which is good for Dubov. He just needs to not lose this game. But maybe this is getting to at least a territory for Fabi where he's no longer in a bad position. It's just equal.
Yeah, no, this is really good. The rook trade is super helpful. The rook on b7 was black's worst piece. And the knight going to c6 now is entirely irrelevant because you just ignore it. You just move the queen out of the way. Maybe queen d7 looking at h3. Knight g7 with f5 is also there. I actually think king h6 is a really weird move. It walks into a pin, but it makes space for the knight to move, and it allows the queen to move by protecting the knight on g5.
Yeah, I start liking the chances of black, even if the computer is still not impressed. But when it comes to those factors that you highlighted, and also the pressure now on Dubov, he's the one who needs to play precisely to not run into something here with the attack of black. C5, pushing the pawn and attacking the knight at the same time. You could capture en passant, but no one is guarding that knight on a7. This is very tricky suddenly.
Yeah, no doubt an achievement. Black basically got rid of the weakness on c7 in exchange for the b4 pawn. Great. However, it is liquidating here, and so I'm wondering what the plan is now. It's got to be f5. Yeah, okay, there we go. f5 played. Without f5, you're really lacking. I mean, there's only 4 pawns left on the board. The more things that trade, the closer this could be to a win. And remember, the knights versus the bishop. If the pair of knights trade, this will get better and better for Fabi.
Yeah, I think this is the best chance he has had in the game, like probably in the entire game. And it's
No
still
doubt.
just about equal, but there's some room for error. There's pressure on the king side. His pieces are getting active. It is Dubov who has to really find the most accurate way with 2 minutes on the clock for both. 2 minutes.
Fabi has been in time scrambles in almost every single game thus far. He's had some good moments and had some bad moments in them. Queen h3 looks really powerful, but queen h4 holds everything together. It's still possible to play something like that and play knight h3, knight f4, but I don't know. That trades a lot of pieces, and I'm worried that it would just be too drawish.
Yeah, and he wants to keep the tension. He wants to keep the pieces on the board, but it's also costing him time. He's been thinking for a long time here to figure out the concrete variations and going really low. 1 minute, 17 seconds. He needs to speed up.
Yeah, he does play this move. Queen d6, a great way to lose the game here for white. Um, and yeah, you have a lot of knight checks that they all individually look quite scary.
Yeah, knights are such tricky pieces, and especially here with the time pressure lurking just around the corner, it's going to be the final seconds in no time with no increment. There is no increment. Time factor is crucial. The pressure is on. This is the best chance Fabi has had so far in this game. His queen is attacked, but he's giving a check. King e3, only way to keep the game balanced.
Yeah, well, the queen is attacked here, and after king e3, which does make a lot of sense, the knight is simply hanging. So is the queen. So I think you need to move this queen to attack this knight, and not queen f6, losing the game to knight g8, but queen f7. Only idea. And now I think we've got to take.
Take and trade that knight for the e7 knight.
Yeah, I don't know if yeah, throwing a move like knight g8 is a bit. I don't really know what it does. So probably we'll just capture here. And the knight against the bishop, I know it doesn't seem like much, but I think this is a huge achievement for Fabi. He's going to put the queen on f6, cover all the checks, cover the pawn. The queen could not be better placed, but queen e8, hitting the h pawn. I just don't know that he has enough. I think he was in such a bad position that he's done amazing to get here. He's got a flag though, and he's up against Dubov, who has just shown no signs of letting up.
No signs at all, and he is somewhat lower on time, Dubov here with the white pieces, but I think it's just now he's making sure that there's nothing that he's missing, and oh boy, the fact that Fabi has to win this game. No other result matters for him. He has to win. 40 seconds left for Fabiano. 28 seconds for Daniel Dubov. This is it.
I think that Fabi, like, we have to separate the evaluation here. I think Fabi's done amazing. I've been saying knight against bishop is the goal the whole time. From a blitz perspective, from a time scramble perspective, this is an amazing opportunity for black. And the king is moving up the board. Take that pawn.
And now it's winning. The position is winning for black. Queen e6 seems to be a mistake, and already without that g pawn, there's an h pawn marching up the board for black, a pass pawn. But less time for Fabi.
Wow. Okay, wait. So he's offering a trade, but now the d6 pawn is falling. Queen takes d6. No, first bishop here. Queen h3 is a threat.
13 seconds left.
Fabi's in flag mode. It's checkmate.
Oh, gosh.
It's checkmate in one.
Stepped into checkmate.
12.5 seconds to 9.5. He definitely did everything in his power there. I think he was even the favorite to win that time scramble with the knight, but he got too ambitious with the king. He goes down 2-0, but we said he'd have to take risks if he was going to have a chance to win. Congratulations to Daniel Dubov, who thwarts the attempts there. And after an amazing first game, that was really the difference, I think, in this match, Anna.
That has been an insane match, Aman. I wish it was not a 2-game match, but a 10-game match or 20 games, because I think we would love to see these two face off one game after the other in more matches like this. But oh boy, Fabiano Caruana with a chance at the end, but doesn't manage to grab it. It has been the day for Daniel Dubov to qualify. We're gonna talk to Daniel and see who he chooses, so do not go anywhere, because Daniel Dubov will choose his opponent in the playoffs live on air. We're gonna take a short break, but when we are back, Daniel will be here to answer your questions and also pick his opponent. See you in just a second. Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of the Chess.com Open. We have our second qualifier today joining for an interview. Thank you so much, Daniel, for joining, even if it's pretty late already. And congratulations, because this was quite a fight against Fabiano.
Thank you.
How has it been for you in today's event? How would you sum up your games, your performance? What have been some of the main takeaways for you from today?
Yeah, I'd say, you know, I mean, if people blunder like each game, then I'm still capable of winning games, apparently. I don't know. But it's true that, it's true that, like, let's say the previous event, I think I was on +2, and I got, I think, Yesipenko, Andreikin, like Artemiev, and maybe Yu Yonggi in a row, and someone else. And, like, you are supposed to, like, more or less win all the games. So basically, no matter what you do, like without luck, it's an impossible task. And today it was actually the opposite. I think I played like way worse than I did in the previous qualifier. But then again, like people would blunder like pieces each game. I have to admit, like I rarely get that you know, like emotions that I'm like being gifted something each game. But today it felt like, I mean, it did not even matter what I do. It's like people just blunder pieces and I take them. And then when I thought it's going my way, then I blundered like a free rook. Like literally a free rook in a much better position in a game for like more or less as the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, after which, I had to somehow push myself and win the last round like without being like given a free piece or something. But then against Fabi, it came back. Like basically, with Black, I tried to be like super solid, and we basically started with him simply blundering the bishop or something. And then in the second game, like unfortunately he like didn't blunder much before we got to the time scramble. And then I don't think it really matters. Like I was probably worse at some point, but I think once we felt like once you're under 20 seconds, you basically start playing random moves, and you know whatever happens. Like even if I lose all the pawns, like he's not going to like win and checkmate me. Actually, I mean someone will be flagged. So I thought, okay, whatever. I mean, again, was lucky one more time. I have to say it's much easier to play when people blunder a lot.
What do you think was the reason why your opponents blundered and not you? You said you blundered once in that game against In a Move Ahead, but you didn't blunder as many times. So what was the secret?
I think like not to blunder your own pieces is your responsibility, and I think generally I'm pretty good at not blundering pieces, although like today was not my day in that sense. But generally I'm very good at like protecting rooks or queens or like whatever. But yeah, I mean, when people blunder against you, I don't think you can really affect that. But I mean, it has to happen from time to time. I have to say, I mean, there is always like a bright side probably, but I'm missing it. And my feeling has been for like quite a long time that I was actually missing those like lucky points. You're still required to play very well, but you also need this like little piece of luck to like really compete. I mean, after all, you need to score like +5 or +6 in this like crazy strong field. And today, yeah, I mean, today it was there, and I would say it was there to the extent where the quality of my play like did not even matter much. So, yeah, pure luck.
It needs to be the way, as you said, Kaisa has to be on the player's side to qualify in such a tough event, but you made it through, and you are going to be able to pick your opponent in the playoffs. So this is the drum rolls moment for us, because there aren't too many players left who have no opponents. We've got Magnus Carlsen. So far, I don't know why, but no one wants to play against Magnus. No one is choosing the guy. We still have Maxim Vachilegrad as well, and Javokir Sindarov. The three players that are waiting for an opponent. And Daniel, you get to choose which player out of these three you would like to play against in the round of 16 in the playoffs.
This is the bracket. Yeah, I can see it. Okay. Yeah, all three are actually entertaining.
What are the factors that are going through your mind here? You want an exciting match? You want someone that you have a good head-to-head score against?
No, like my sort of like first intention was like to take Magnus without thinking for too long. I'll be honest, but I have to admit, like, all the matches are fun, and they're all playing really good chess. Okay,
and
let
it's on the other side of the bracket too. If you look at the quarterfinals after.
Yeah, but let me actually test my good friend Javokir.
Javokir. All right,
Yeah.
Daniil Dubov taking Javokir Sindarov as his opponent for the round of 16. Congratulations again, Daniil, for qualifying, and thank you for joining me for the interview. Kaisa needs to be at the player's side to make it through in such a tough event, and today it certainly has been on your side. Final question, by the way, before I let you go. You were the only player that has such a cozy setup. Does it help you to like have a cushion, play on the bed, you have the laptop on your lap? What is it helping you?
No, but it was actually my kind of sort of frustration mode, because I tried to play those like things seriously, and it did not really work.
Oh.
Like, I think in terms of quality, I played like sort of okay, but I was not even close. And then I thought, okay, I sort of, like, as a professional player, I sort of have to play the thing, but I don't want to be like serious about it anymore. I had a tough day, and I thought, okay, I mean, I'll play from my bed, and I mean, they will probably beat me like twice in first 5 rounds. I'll probably quit and, you know, go have fun. But yeah, wasn't meant to be.
Well, thank you for telling us about that. And maybe that's what we need as a takeaway for all of us. Sometimes you need to be more chill, more relaxed, and things can actually go better sometimes from that more relaxed, more chill state of mind. Thank you again for joining us, Daniil. Congratulations and good luck in the round of 16 in the playoffs.
Thank you.
Aman, your thoughts on the bracket as we are looking at the already qualified players. And today we have seen both Daniil and Sina moving on to this round of 16 that has been such a special bracket with both of them choosing their opponents. What do you think of their picks? Daniil was actually tempted to pick the one man that no one wants to face, Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, he was. They've had some really exciting matches and games against one another. I do think that Dubov has that style. He loves a challenge. So I think that matchup would be incredibly exciting. Dubov himself is an entertaining player. So you just match him up with another player with that entertaining style, and you know that it's going to be exciting. So Magnus, of course, the fact that he was thinking about it just tells you a little bit about him as a player, but he ended up deciding to go with Sindarov, who's, as he highlighted, all three are exciting players, but also playing extremely well right now. There's a reason those are the final three players that still don't have an opponent here. And Sina also picking Arjun. He said, you know, he wants to pick someone that just has that exciting style. He knows that Arjun's games, I mean, we all know, truly are some of the most double-edged. There's exciting, and then there's totally crazy. And he said, I'll pick the madman Arjun Erigaisi. So I'm very excited to see some of the crazy chess that both of these players put on the board for us in the round of 16.
This is going to be incredible. And of course, there will be one more play-in to fill out the rest of the bracket. Magnus Carlsen and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave will also get their opponents. That is going to be the day after tomorrow, the Chess.com Open play-in. Tomorrow we have State of Chess, so stay tuned for what's new in the chess world and what's coming up with the candidates already about to start. Aman, thank you so much for being an incredible co-host. I know I cannot truly be a chess bro as Eric has been all these days together with you, but I'm hoping that I can be an honorary bro.
Of course, always, Anna. We shared the stage at the SEC, commentating more here on the Chess.com Open. A pleasure as always, and you know we had the players really doing the heavy lifting, playing some exciting games, and we saw a ton of upsets as well. Sina, deserved winner, and of course, we just saw Dubov getting it done with an incredible tactic to take out Fabiano. So a little bit of luck, a lot of skill, as we heard in that interview.
It truly has been, and what an event. It's still not over. Chess.com is hosting this Open throughout the spring, March and April. The largest Open event, $250,000 on the line, as well as 3 qualification spots for the Esports World Cup. Make sure to join us for the rest of the broadcast throughout these weeks, and check in tomorrow with the State of Chess show, same time, same place. Thank you for being here, and have an incredible rest of your day.